any situation like this is the people, the local people. So if you have good intelligence, but it takes effort. इसमें बहुत मेहनत करने का काम है. इसमें 6 महीने साल एक अच्छे कंपनी कमांडर को लगता है to create 1 or 2 sources. So you can imagine the kind of hard work, diligence, involvement of junior leaders and senior leaders.
Since the past few years, we've been seeing. The center, of course, has been making those efforts to connect with the people on the ground. A lot of development activities have taken place in the Kashmir Valley in the past few years, of course. And people, of course, have been saying that they, of course, praise the efforts of the central government as to what they've been doing on the ground with regard to this. But those efforts definitely have taken a bit of a setback with this terror attack in Pahalgam yesterday, and that's going to take some time, to recover all that loss.
See, I understand. This is very sad, very horrifying, and it must be very difficult for people on ground to now respond to development. There is no doubt. There's huge development has taken place. In all sectors across Kashmir, especially tourism industry, trying to create jobs, creating tunnels, roads, the railway line is about to get through, and all that is okay. But what I'm trying to say is people in contact. That is very important. It is small team operations. We need to carry out small team operations. We need to be faster than these guys in their game. Only then you'll win this game. Just briefings, presentations, and technology will not win you this contact battle. So here, eyes and ears on the ground, you have to have people who trust you, and trust takes time. ऐसे थोड़ी कोई आपको विश्वास करके आपको खबर देना शुरू कर देगा. उसका दिल जीतना पड़ता है, उसके नजदीक जाना पड़ता है, उसको विश्वास दिलाना पड़ता है, भाई मैं तुम्हारे साथ हूँ. We are in this common cause. So somewhere, at least personally, I'm a great believer of trying to cultivate human intelligence, and human intelligence can give you results out of proportion. So that is where I'm more focused towards the actionable part. Right. Intelligence should be actionable. ऐसे आपको कहीं से action intelligence आ गया कोई wire, that is not. It should be at the level of battalion and below level, because that is the cutting edge. That is where we have contact. Senior leadership has very little contact with the awam.
General, let me just ask you one quick question as we start wrapping up this hour. Of course, our coverage on NDTV is continuous on this. It's been it's going to be close to 24 hours since the attack took place. Contact has not been made. There is no active encounter taking place. What does that indicate to you?
So that indicates that we were caught napping. हमको पता ही नहीं चला. And this place where this has taken place, even vehicles can't reach there. So what happens unless we were proactive, and if we had some quick early warning, then we could have used our UAVs, we could have used our night vision. We have tremendous technology today available. But we could not tap the radio. I'm sure they have carried out this after getting all clearances from Pakistan. I'm sure after the accident they have claimed victory. I've heard so many tales when I was operating in this area, just to claim, if they kill 2, they'll claim 20. So they would like to claim victory ki humne ye kar diya, wo kar diya. We have, I'm sure, I don't know, we are not privy to this, but just melting away. एक बंदा कितना जा सकता है विष्णु? How much can a person who's got weapons, who's got ammunition, who's got luggage, carrying with him rucksack and all that, how much can you walk? They're not they're not superhumans. I've seen these guys. They're just normal people. कितना चलेगा? 1-2 घंटा चल के you need a rest, you need a break. So by now we should be able to close in. I know it is jungle terrain, but with technology, with boots on ground, we should be able to find where they have gone.
General, that's a really key point which we need to reflect on more. It has now been close to 24 hours. There is no encounter. We haven't identified where exactly these terrorists are. At least we haven't been told about that. There is no gun battle which is broken out. We will take a short break, come back with the very latest. General Yashwar, always a pleasure speaking to you.
Reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality, accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight.
Well, the big information that we can share with you now is that the police has shared images, sketches of the 4 terrorists who are believed to be involved. My sources indicating to me that at least 2 of them had body cams on them. They filmed the attack as it was taking place. At about 6 p.m. this evening, there will be a meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security. That is the nodal agency which looks after all aspects of security in the country. It's headed by the Prime Minister of the country. The key point, my sources indicating to me, is that it is their assessment that of the 120 plus terrorists operating in Kashmir presently, 110 are Pakistani, that the local assistance or the local support is quite limited, and that's a key point which perhaps we need to reflect on going forward.
That's very interesting, Vishnu. We'll take our viewers through all of this, but first up, the headlines. Monsters behind Pahalgam attack, Lashkar Front Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for this attack.
The Home Minister sends out a strong message. Bharat will not bend to terror. The culprits will not be spared. He visits the terror spot in Pahalgam.
Worst terror attack in 30 years on civilians in Jammu and Kashmir. Prime Minister Modi to chair cabinet meeting on security this evening.
The terror attack comes amidst the US Vice President's continued visit to India. He has offered his condolences yesterday and has issued a statement today as well.
I want to just, of course, issue our condolences to the people of Kashmir who were affected by this terrible terrorist attack. And obviously, we're providing whatever assistance and help we can provide to the government, to the people of India.
Well, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has held a very important meeting with the Chief of Defence Staff, all three defence chiefs, over the Pahalgam terror attack. At least 26 people, including two foreign tourists, were killed by a group of terrorists on Tuesday, and this is being seen as one of the most deadly attacks on civilians in Jammu and Kashmir. This incident took place in Baisaran Meadows in the upper reaches of Pahalgam in Jammu and Kashmir, and it is being seen as the worst terror attack in the last 30 years in J&K.
I think the key point that we do need to get into over here at some stage, and we aren't getting ahead of ourselves, but I think a couple of points which explain the gravity of the situation. India will respond. How India responds is something that will be decided. There will be no immediate decision perhaps. The Cabinet Committee on Security will assess what the overall situation is. India has a range of options available to us. There would be diplomatic options, there would be military options as well, and then within that military sphere there would be a range of options which are available. Remember, there is a precedent to this, which is why saying this is not untoward, particularly since both the Home Minister and the Prime Minister have said that India will respond to the attacks and they will take on the attackers. Therefore, remember what has happened in the past. We've had the surgical attacks which followed terror instances. We've had the Balakot attack which followed the terror attacks which took place, and this being very, very bad in terms of civilian casualties. There will be a response, but again, what will India do? Where will we strike? Will we strike at all? These are questions which are unanswered presently.
Important questions there. Home Minister Amit Shah was in Pahalgam today. He has also met with the victims of this attack and also survivors. He has said that India will not bend to terror. Prime Minister Modi cut short his visit to Saudi Arabia. In fact, he came back today morning, and immediately after coming back, he also held an important security meeting with the Foreign Secretary, Foreign Minister, and also Ajit Doval, the National Security Advisor. Meanwhile, the Jammu and Kashmir government has announced rupees 10 lakh for every deceased family, rupees 2 lakh for seriously injured, and 1 lakh for injured victims. Prime Minister Modi is expected to hold a key meeting with the CCS in the second half of the day now, and this is when India is expected to formulate its response and defense strategy. It's the Resistance Front, which is a shadow group of the banned Pakistan-based Lashkar-e-Toiba, which has claimed responsibility for this attack on tourists in Baisaran, which is an off-road meadow in South Kashmir's Pahalgam.
All right, let's go across now to reactions coming in on the ground. We've had several of NDTV's reporters reach out to the relatives of those who have lost their loved ones, their near and dear ones. These are tragic stories which reflect a horrific attack in Jammu and Kashmir. Let's listen in. All right, let's go straight across to Radhika, who's been tracking these reactions. Radhika, go ahead. You've been speaking to some of the family members. What are they telling you?
That's right. I did speak to several of the family members. For the Panvel resident who unfortunately died in these attacks. There is one death from Panvel. There are 2 deaths from Pune and a few others from Dombivli as well. Almost 6 people have died from the state of Maharashtra, of course, Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, in contact with the relatives, in contact with several who are left injured also in this incident. In fact, I'm standing outside Dilip's residence where, a lot of family members are gathered inside. We did speak to several of them in the past bulletins. All they want is justice. Of course, they want strict action against these perpetrators. It's very, very shocking indeed for these relatives. They've been talking about how they thought Kashmir was safe, which is why a 64-year-old Dilip went for a holiday with his wife, a 10-day holiday in Kashmir. This was the last thing any of their, relatives could even imagine, that they would be a target of terrorist attack. So yes, a family is in shock. They are left with 3 children. Of course, he is left survived by his wife as well. Wife is at the moment in Kashmir. In fact, we believe that they've departed departed from Kashmir. They will be reaching Mumbai in a few hours from now. But certainly when we spoke to family members, they are in a state of distress. So it is difficult to really for them to really comprehend as to what has happened. But as far as the help and support for the family members are concerned, there are local police officials, who were manning this place. They are providing all kinds of assistance. State government is also providing assistance. And of course, several of the neighbors and family members here had been gathering since morning, sort of communicating their condolences to several of these family members. So yes, six innocent lives from Maharashtra have been lost in these unfortunate attacks. And of course, in the next few hours, the final rites will happen. Mortal remains will be sent. In fact, let me just show you the visuals of several of these family members, in fact, making their way into the residence. In a couple of hours from now, the final rites will take place, is what we are being given to understand. Of course, the mortal remains are on its way. Dilip's wife is also in that particular flight. She's almost about 60 years old. Dilip, 64-year-old retired professional. As you can see,
we'll come back to you in just a moment as you bring us these very powerful images of the home of one of the victims. But the breaking news coming in is a statement or a message from the Minister of Civil Aviation, who's asked airlines companies to avoid fare surges, because this has been a real concern. I've been monitoring the numbers. Airfares have gone up. The minister has said strict instructions have been given to airline companies: avoid fare surges. Fares must be monitored and kept at reasonable levels. We are looking at flights, of course, out of Srinagar. There have been 4 extra flights which have been announced. Why? Because, and this is particularly sad, Vasudha, that people in Jammu and Kashmir, scores of tourists are worried. It is understandable. They want to leave. They will have that opportunity. There have been additional flights of Indigo and SpiceJet, which have added. All airlines operating from Srinagar have waived cancellation and rescheduling charges as well. So if you are in Kashmir and you want to get out in Srinagar, the opportunity to get onto flights is there. Radhika, just carry on with what you were saying.
Pointing before, the last rites of Dilip, who lost his life in these ghastly terror attacks, who lived in Panvel, will happen in just a bit. In fact, his mortal remains are being transported as we speak. He's survived by his wife, who was also with Dilip when the terror attacks happened. Fortunately, she survived those attacks. She's not injured, is what we are being given to understand. In fact, when we spoke to several of these family members, here, these are the visuals of the scenes outside the residence. In fact, there are people gathered here, neighbors, relatives. We did manage to speak to some of them some time back. They are in a state of shock and distress. They just couldn't believe that, a 64-year-old retired professional could be target of terror attacks. And that's the last thing they could even imagine. And they spoke about how they thought and they assumed that Kashmir is a safe haven, is a beautiful holiday destination, and they had nothing to worry about. But of course, right now what they're seeking is justice, as far as these attacks are concerned, and that the perpetrators be brought to book. So that's the demand by the relatives, by people here. Let me just try and go across to somebody who's come here for... Sir, आप बात कर सकते हैं? आप दिलीप के दोस्त हैं?
नहीं, जरा मेहमान आए डेपो पे, उनको लेने जा रहा.
अच्छा, आप इनको जानते थे?
हाँ, हमारा रिलेटिव है ना.
अच्छा, आपने कब सुना कि ये क्या हुआ? क्या सुना आपने?
कल शाम को टीवी पे न्यूज़ सुनी थी, जब मालूम हुआ हमको.
आप मतलब क्या सुने आप? उनके वाइफ भी है अभी, उनके वाइफ
ने क्या सुने मतलब जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की तरफ से न्यूज़ दिया गया कि इतने लोग इधर के गए.
कुछ कम्युनिकेशन है एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की तरफ से अभी तक?
गए ना, एयरपोर्ट पे गए लोग.
एयरपोर्ट पे गए हैं. तो अभी कब है फाइनल राइट्स, लास्ट राइट्स कब है? आज शाम को है.
आज ही होएगा. आने के बाद एक आधा पौन घंटा रखेंगे बाद में.
आप क्या मैसेज देना चाहेंगे, क्योंकि ये टेररिस्ट अटैक है, बहुत ही शॉकिंग है?
यही कि दुनिया ने दिखा देना चाहिए कि सब जैसे वो एक टेररिस्ट मर जाता है तो वो लोग कितनी बड़ी भीड़ जमती है उनको विसर्जित करने में, वैसे ही लोगों ने दिखा देना चाहिए कि मॉब दिखाई देना चाहिए कि हम एक है ऐसा बस गाड़ी निकालने के
Okay. All right, so that's the reaction we are getting from the relatives here, from the friends and relatives of Dilip. Of course, you know, it's hard for them to express what they're feeling at this point. They're busy with the last rites that will take place in a couple of hours from now. The man who went on a holiday with his wife, or 10-day holiday as part of a tour. In fact, there were at least about 39 people who were part of this tour and, you know, travel program. And the man who went as part of this tour, you know, comes back dead is something that the family members cannot believe, but last rites to happen in a few hours.
Absolutely, Radhika. Also, we understand, I mean, I was reading about this story of one family from Pune that was hiding in a tent when this terror attack started, and the men were asked to come out by the terrorists and they were shot point blank. And that was indeed horrific, as is the story of each of these victims. Tell us a little bit about how the administration is looking at handling this crisis, especially because several of the victims are from Maharashtra. Vishnu was telling us about Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu's initiative in this, and he has already spoken to Eknath Shinde, the Deputy Chief Minister, is what I understand. Also, Devendra Fadnavis himself has spoken on terror. How is the administration looking at this? Because just a few days ago, we were celebrating the extradition of the Tahur Rana, and in some ways, we're all very happy about this intensified approach towards terror and the perpetrators of it.
All right, we'll come back to her in just a moment, but I've got a couple of more points, Vasudha, which have just coming in, you know, related to what you were talking about. Between 6 a.m. and 12 p.m. today, Srinagar airport handled 20 departures, 20 flights out of Srinagar today. It's a relatively small airport with 3,337 passengers. Not all of them would be tourists, but the large number of them perhaps would be. I would suggest that this is an exodus of tourists, and this is absolutely tragic. You know, people deciding to leave Srinagar at this stage, or Kashmir at this stage. Let's go across to Uma Sudhir, who's also been talking to those related to people who've lost their lives. Uma, go ahead.
Vishnu, some of those people, in fact, who are there, were also talking about the surge in prices and speaking about a ticket from Srinagar to Hyderabad costing as much as 79,000 rupees. And very often, when you're going on a holiday, you're going with a family or you're going with friends, and therefore the costs that are working out are really huge. But yes, that sense of terror and panic and sadness, and you can no longer continue with that holiday, and therefore people wanting to return to their homes and to their family as well, and come to terms with this, something that has shocked the entire country. And yes, one person from Telangana.
Sorry, Uma, just a quick point. You know, that surge pricing in the last 10 minutes, the Civil Aviation Minister has announced and has ordered airlines no surge pricing, all right? He's tweeted that out. So the airlines have been read the Riot Act. You cannot be charging 79,000 rupees for distressed people. It doesn't work that way. Not in a free market economy, not anywhere. But carry on with the point that you were mentioning.
Yes, you're right, because what I'm talking about is about a couple of hours earlier when that person indicated to me that these ticket prices were so expensive that flying back was also proving to be a challenge. Yes, in Hyderabad itself, Manish Ranjan, a young man with his wife and 2 children who had gone on a holiday, once again shot dead in front of the children and the wife as well. He belongs to Bihar and was working here for the last 2 years, and now his mortal remains are to be taken to his family in Sasaram in Bihar district. And in Andhra Pradesh, again, we have this Chandramouli, a 17-year-old travel enthusiast. I must say, he and his wife Nagamani had gone along with 4 others to Pahalgam. And yesterday in the evening is when Nagamani reported to her brother saying that there has been a terror attack, it appears, and I'm not able to find Chandramouli, and can you help? And the police was trying to find out the details, and subsequently they came to know that Chandramouli has also been shot dead in this particular terror attack. And then there is another case of Madhusudan, who has also been killed from the Telugu states. He belongs to Andhra Pradesh as well. And subsequently, we have Nara Lokesh reacting very strongly, not just talking about the anguish of the horrific attack that has claimed 28 lives and saying that his heart goes out to the bereaved families, but also asking for the dastardly act of violence, that it should not go unpunished. And he is expressing the confidence that with the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji and Amit Shah ji will teach an unforgettable lesson to the perpetrators of this heinous crime, and that terror has no place in a civilized society. That's a sentiment that one is hearing again and again from people across the country, everyone trying to come to terms with the kind of a shock of what has happened in Pahalgam, and then trying to recover from it, but then now also standing together. That's what the NDA partner, Telugu Desam President Mr. Chandrababu Naidu has tweeted out, saying that we stand in solidarity with the Prime Minister and with the country, even as we mourn the loss of not just Chandramouli and Madhusudan and the others as well. And he's pointing out, with the voice of maturity of a politician who has several years of experience, that acts of terror are a stain on society, and history shows that terrorism and violence have never achieved anything meaningful for the causes they aim to promote, and therefore stand in solidarity with the PM and with the Union government in their commitment to safeguard our nation's sovereignty and responding to terrorism with firm and decisive action. Those responsible for this heinous act must be dealt with severely. This is something that everyone, I must say, is talking about, even as they are dealing with the pain of this loss and the shock that it has evoked throughout the country.
Absolutely. Andhra Chief Minister Chandrababu Naidu was also there in Delhi yesterday. In fact, in the morning, he was amongst the first to reach out to Ram Mohan Naidu, in some ways his representative in New Delhi. He has spoken to him on not just ways to prevent surge pricing in flights, but also to ensure that there is proper facilitation for the bodies of the deceased to be brought back home. Let's also take a look at some reactions from chief ministers across states. In fact, there are ministers and MPs meeting victims, families, relatives, and ensuring that these families also get the kind of support that they deserve at times like this.
जम्मू कश्मीर में जो टेरर अटैक हुआ, उनका मैं गोवा सरकार की तरफ से और गोवा के लोगों की तरफ से मैं निषेध करता हूं। और जिस तरह से धर्म के आधार पर नाम पूछ के गोली चलाना, इसका तो मैं इस तरह का आतंकवाद भारत देश कभी सह नहीं करेगा। हम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इस टेरर अटैक के खिलाफ उनका जवाब देंगे, इनको शिक्षा मिलेंगी। और गोवा सरकार पूरे जम्मू और कश्मीर के लोगों के साथ है, जिनकी फैमिलीज का डिमाइस हुआ और जो लोग इंजर्ड हुए हैं उनको जल्दी से जल्दी रिकवरी हो, बस यही मैं प्रार्थना करता हूं।
काश्मीरमध्ये जो भ्याड हल्ला झाला त्याचा मी निषेध करतो, आणि जसं आपण सांगितलं की हल्लेखोरांना हे हवं आहे की आमचं आयुष्य हे डिस्टर्ब झालं पाहिजे, आम्ही थांबलो पाहिजे, पण भारत थांबणार नाही, आम्ही कोणी थांबणार नाही। आपलं जे काम आहे ते आपण करतच राहू, पण त्याच वेळी हल्लेखोरांना आणि हल्लेखोरांच्या पाठीमागे जे काही मास्टर माइंड असेल त्याला योग्य उत्तर भारत निश्चितपणे देईल, हा विश्वास मी व्यक्त करतो।
जो भी है, वैसे तो उनको गाड़ियों में गए होंगे या लेकिन स्टक हो गए हैं वहाँ पे, तो उनको वापस लाने के लिए या उनको सेफ वापस लाने के लिए हम जो है पठानकोट का बॉर्डर जो है वहाँ तक उनको लाके उसके बाद उनको घर पे छोड़ना, उनको वो हमारी जिम्मेदारी। वो ये देखो, उन्होंने ग्रेनेड जिन्ने भी आए ते अटैक हुए, सारे बंदे 24 घंटे के विच फड़े गए, तो उस तो बाद बंद हो गए। उन्होंने पता लग गया भी इतने तो नहीं चलना काम। हाँ, जे वो ना फड़े जाते तो शायद वड्डे क्राइम लिए तैयार हो जाते। तो इसके करके मतलब असी, क्योंकि पंजाब 532 किलोमीटर बार्डर है नाल, इधरों भी असी नाल जुड़े हुए हैं, तो असी ऑलरेडी पहला भी असी बहुत साल ये चल चुके हैं जिस तरह उन्होंने कहा। सो असी अलर्ट है इस काम लिए, क्योंकि दुध का फूकिया लस्सी नूं भी फूका मारदा फिर।
घटनाक्रम में जिस प्रकार से देश के अंदर ये वज्रपात जैसा हुआ और माननीय यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री माननीय गृह मंत्री जी पाकिस्तान और उसके पिछलग्गुओं की इस कायराना हरकतों का जवाब देने के लिए पूरा देश एकजुट है और हमारी सरकार भी बहुत अच्छे प्रकार से प्लान करके इस पे बढ़ रही है। मैं मान के चलता हूँ कि दुख की इस घड़ी में हम सब मृतक परिवार के साथ भी हैं।
कश्मीर में एक बड़ा आतंकी हमला हुआ है और पूरा देश इस समय इस घटना के जो दुख है वो मना रहा है। इस प्रकार की घटना निंदनीय है। पर्यटक वहां घूमने गए थे, उन्हें ये आशा भी नहीं थी कि हम अपने घर वापस जा सकेंगे और जिस प्रकार की ये घटना हुई है, हिमाचल प्रदेश सरकार उन परिवारजनों के साथ है।
देखिए, ये तो हम सब पे हमला हो गया। ये कोई खाली 20, 25 से 28 लोगों पे हमला टूरिस्ट में, ये पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों पे हमला हुआ है। और इसमें मैं कोई इस वक्त सियासी बयानबाजी नहीं करना चाहती, क्योंकि हमारे मुल्क में इस वक्त लोग जो हैं वो बहुत तकलीफ में हैं, उनके दिल रो रहे हैं और हमारे दिल भी उनके साथ रो रहे हैं। मैं इतना ही कह सकती हूँ कि होम मिनिस्टर साहब को चाहिए जल्द से जल्द पता लगाएं, जो भी इसके पीछे दहशतगर्द होंगे उनको पकड़ के कड़ी सी कड़ी सजा दी जाए।
Well, let me go right back to our colleague Radhika, who's been speaking to the relatives of those who passed away, killed in this horrific attack. Radhika, what have they been saying to you?
That's right. I've been speaking to relatives of Dilip, who lost his life in the ghastly terror attacks. In fact, he was accompanied by his wife, who has survived. In fact, the mortal remains of Dilip will arrive in a few hours from now, is what we are being given to understand. That's the house of Dilip's. In fact, several family members are gathered here since morning, many of them inside. We did manage to speak to the relatives as well as friends and neighbors. For them, he's a simple, man, a retired professional who just wanted to go on a holiday with his wife. He was 64, and nobody could fathom the fact that, he would have been killed in a terrorist attack. That is something that has shattered the family members, shattered the relatives, completely shocked this entire neighborhood. Whoever we speak to, they are in a state of shock, evidently so, understandably so. But what they are demanding is action. What they are demanding is justice. So yes, as far as the help and support to the family members are concerned, Chief Minister, Deputy Chief Minister, all of them in touch with the family members, providing all the support and assistance. We know that special flights are on its way to Delhi as well as Mumbai. There could be compensation also provided, but nothing, can really explain, or rather compensate to what has happened. So therefore, at this point, of course, the final rites set to take place in a few hours from now. So arrangements are happening on that front, which is something that nobody in this household expected. They wanted to welcome Dilip and his wife, who hardly go for any holidays, with open arms after their 10 days of spending time in Kashmir. But this is something that they did not expect, that they will be making arrangements for Dilip's last rite. So certainly very, very shocking. But yes, all kinds of assistance being provided to family members, and for family members, what they're seeking is justice.
Right. So Dilip Desale, one of the senior citizens who passed away yesterday. He was murdered yesterday by terrorists. Also, Radhika, help us understand, how is the administration looking at facilitating, at least some things for these grieving families? We know that the mortal remains of those who have died are on their way. But what has the Deputy Chief Minister Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, said with regard to what the approach is going to be? And also tell us a little bit about the other victims from Maharashtra, because it's not just them, but clearly more people have lost their lives. How is the state as a whole looking at this?
That's right. 6 people have lost their lives. Of course, I am at the residence of Dilip. He is the sole person, in fact, from Panvel who lost his life. There were at least about a group of 40 people who had gone as part of a tour. Some of them have been left injured is what we are being given to understand. 1 person from Panvel, 2 from Pune and 3 from Dombivli. So these are the figures as far as casualty is concerned. As to your question on what the administration is doing since yesterday, CM, Deputy CM have been taking stock of the situation. They've been tweeting out all the information as to the casualty figure, the number of injured, what is being done to make sure that the mortal remains and those who are stranded are being brought back. So therefore, special flights being arranged. As a result, there had been requests put out for these special flights for not just the victims, the deceased, the mortal remains, but also those who are stranded there as well. They need to be brought back is something that the CM and Deputy CM have been pushing for. But at the same time, in that particular interview with NDTV Marathi Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis very categorically saying that the mastermind will not be spared, they will be brought to book, and this cannot, this is something that they won't bow down to. So that's a very strong message here from the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis. Yes, as you've been pointing out, Tahaur Rana, earlier you had spoken about Tahaur Rana and his extradition, how, the country, there was some sort of relief when that happened, and Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis had also spoken about how that's a strong response to terrorism. But now, once again, what the administration here is expecting is support from the centre and a retaliatory move by the centre as well. Hopefully that will happen. But certainly a pall of gloom, as far as the residents here, as far as, loved ones who lost their loved ones, the ones who lost their loved ones are concerned. So yes, what they are seeking now is some sort of justice, and in a few hours from now, the last rites of many of these deceased will take place.
All right, the images on your screen are from Srinagar at this stage. Radhika, we'll come back to you in a little while. These are the mortal remains of some of the victims of the horrific terror attack. We'll go across to my colleague Shreyasi in Kolkata just now, but before we come across to her, I'd just like to go through a couple of important points. Firstly, the number of people killed in the attack stands at 26. Between 16 and 17 people have been seriously injured. A few of them are in critical condition. There will be a key meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security, which is expected to take place this evening. The Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who was away out of the country, is on her way back. She would presumably be a key part of that meeting. India will be looking at responses. Airlines have been read the Riot Act by the Civil Aviation Minister, who've told them that there will be no surge pricing. They've said that if there are passengers who need to get out, there must be uninterrupted airline coverage or flight coverage out of Srinagar. Just between 6 a.m. and 12 p.m. this afternoon, there have been 3,337 passengers who have exited Kashmir. This is very, very sad. Buses are also moving between Srinagar and Jammu at this stage, and that transport is being allowed. The police and the security forces have released sketches of the terrorists involved in this attack. We are told that 2 of them had body cams on them. There were 4 terrorists in total. But I think the key point that we do progressively need to reflect on is that 24 hours after this devastating terrorist attack in Pahalgam, there is no encounter which has taken place. The terrorists involved have neither been detected nor eliminated, and that's a really worrying sign. But Shreyasi, let me come back to you. You've been speaking to people potentially coming back from Kashmir. What have they been telling you? All right, we don't have Shreyasi at just this stage, but the images on your screen are from Amit Shah, the Home Minister, on the right-hand side and left-hand side of your screen, landing in Pahalgam just a little while earlier on this morning, quite a few hours earlier on. He reached there first thing in the morning. Search operations continue, but again, 24 hours later, there is no encounter which is broken away. It would be a real tragedy if these terrorists were allowed to get away without being engaged by our security forces. But we'll continue to track responses from family members who've lost so much. My colleague Radhika sent us this report a little while back.
This is a very difficult period as far as families are concerned. As many as 6 people have died from the state of Maharashtra, 1 from Panvel, 2 from Pune and 3 from Dombivli as well. I am in Panvel outside Dilip Dislay's residence. In fact, several family members, friends of Dilip's have gathered here. In fact, he survived by his wife who was with him when the ghastly attack happened, and his 3 children are at the moment inside the residence. Of course, this is a deeply distressing time for the family members. We did speak to close relatives just in the last bulletin. Now I have with me Dilip's a close friend. Sir, आप बताइए आपने कब सुना ये अटैक के बारे में और कब सुना कि दिलीप गुजर गए?
हाँ, मुझे अभी सुबह पेपर आने के बाद महाराष्ट्र टाइम्स मैंने पढ़ा, बाद में न्यूज़ चैनल भी लगाया, जब भी मुझे मालूम पड़ा सुबह लगभग 8 बजे, जब भी मुझे बहुत शॉक हुआ। कल ही उन पे अटैक हुआ और उसमें उसका डेथ हो गया। ये सुन के बहुत गहरा दुख हुआ मुझे। मैं तुरंत यहाँ पे मिलने को आया। वहाँ पे उनके बड़े भाई घर में बैठे हैं, उनके 2 लड़कियाँ हैं, 1 लड़का है यहाँ पे, वो भी बहुत सदमे में है।
Well, heartbreaking stories of several of these people who have died there, 26 of them. One of them is, of course, Hemant Joshi, a victim from Mumbai, a 44-year-old man who was on a trip with his cousins to Kashmir to have a good time, but clearly it hasn't ended well for him, and he's one of the people who have died. My colleague Anuj Rati spoke to one of his friends, and this is what he said.
28 people have lost their lives in this horrific attack that took place in Pahalgam, and out of those 28, 6 are from Maharashtra and 3 of them are from Dombivli. One of them lived here, Mr. Joshi, and I've got his friend, his neighbor along with me. Let us try and understand from him what was it like after he heard the news of the demise of his friend, of his neighbor.
जब शाम को ये न्यूज़ चलने लगी कि पहलगाम में अटैक हुआ है, वहाँ जो 5 लोग मारे गए हैं, 12 इंजर्ड हैं, और जब मैंने ये पढ़ा कि स्टेइंग एट पहलगाम है तो आई वाज शॉक्ड कि पहलगाम का ही ये तो केस है। तो इमीडिएटली मैंने व्हाट्सएप पे उसको मैसेज भेजा कि आर यू एट सेफ प्लेस, बट वो मैसेज डिलीवर नहीं हुआ। तो नेक्स्ट सेकंड में आया, मैंने उसको नॉर्मल फ़ोन लगाया, नॉर्मल फ़ोन भी लगाया तो नॉर्मल गया नहीं फ़ोन। फिर वो देखते हुए क्या है क्या नहीं है, फिर 5 मिनट में पड़ोसी का मैसेज आया कि ऐसे ऐसे डोंबिवली में व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप पे चल रहा है कि डोंबिवली के 3 लोग डेथ हुए हैं, उसमें अपने हेमंत का भी नाम। तो इट वाज प्योरली शॉकिंग कि ऐसा कैसे, मतलब ये मतलब इतने 10,000 लोग वहाँ होंगे उधर, वो 10,000 लोगों में से हमारा नेबर होगा, मतलब इट्स शॉकिंग द बहुत। हमारे लिए एक बहुत ही शॉकिंग है कि एक फैमिली गई है अपने वैकेशन के लिए, और वैकेशन में जाके एक फैमिली का जो मेन पर्सन है उसकी डेथ हो जाना आतंकवादियों से टोटली शॉकिंग है। हमको बिलीव नहीं हो रहा है कि वो हेमंत हमारे बीच में नहीं है आज।
कल जब ये टीवी पे हम ये सुना कि उधर कुछ तो हुआ है, भीड़ हल्ला हुआ है, तो उसमें से 2 लोग का नाम आ रहा था, लेकिन हेमंत का नाम वगैरह नहीं था। मैं बोला ये सब सेफ है, लेकिन हम कॉल कर रहे थे, फ़ोन कर रहे थे उनको, तो फ़ोन नहीं लग रहा था, उनका रिंग जा रहा था। और हमको ये बहुत शॉकिंग न्यूज़ है कि ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। लोग जो जाते हैं कश्मीर में घूमने के लिए जाते हैं, एंजॉय करने के लिए जाते हैं, कश्मीर है भारत का नंदनवन है, और ऐसा उधर होना अच्छा नहीं है, तो उसके ऊपर एक्शन होना जरूरी है।
Well, we've been tracking the families across the country, those who've lost so much. My colleague Deepak Bopanna in Bengaluru also sent in this report after speaking to somebody who was on a shikara in Srinagar, who lost her husband a couple of hours later in this horrific attack in Pahalgam.
Good afternoon. This is Deepak Bopanna from NDTV. Firstly, my condolences to you, ma'am. Really unfortunate what has happened in Kashmir. Madam, I just wanted to, have a word with you. I think representatives from Karnataka से सारे representatives आए हुए हैं वहाँ पर, आपसे मिले हैं। अभी हमें पता लगा है कि आपकी बैंगलोर आने की भी सारी अरेंजमेंट्स की गई हैं। वहाँ पर क्या सिचुएशन है अभी बता सकते हैं मैम?
हम यहाँ पुलिस हेडक्वार्टर्स में हैं अब।
ओके।
और सबका बॉडी सही पर है।
ओके।
जिन का फ्लाइट है वो भेज रहे हैं। मेरा फ्लाइट 6 बजे को बोले हैं शाम।
ओके ओके। आप अभी सब कंफर्टेबल है? आपको कुछ इंजरी हुआ था? आप कैसे हैं अभी?
मेरे और मेरे बच्चे को कुछ भी नहीं हुआ।
ओके ओके। अमित शाह जी बहुत सारे लीडर्स कश्मीर में आ चुके हैं। उन्होंने आपसे कुछ बात किया, कुछ अश्योरेंस दिया मैडम आपको?
मैं पीछे बैठी थी, उन्होंने एश्योरेंस, बहुत सारे लोग थे।
ओके
मुझसे भी बात की।
ओके
बात तो हुआ।
ओके मैडम, आप क्या मैसेज देना चाहते हैं देश को अभी फिलहाल, और क्या डिमांड करते हैं हमारे गवर्नमेंट से मैडम अभी फिलहाल?
सिक्योरिटी।
That was my colleague's chat with the victim from Shivamoga in Karnataka. Also, my colleague Shreyasi joins us now from Kolkata. Shreyasi, we know what Abhishek Banerjee and Mamata Banerjee, from the TMC said, and that's a good thing that all political parties seem to be saying one thing, that everyone, all of us, all Indians are united in this fight against terror. But tell us, this is so much about human stories, human suffering. In Kolkata, of course, we have people coming back from Kashmir, and one of them is also with an adhikari who had come back from the US. He was supposed to spend some time with his family, with his 3-year-old child. Do we know anything about the victims, their relatives here? How is the city looking at this?
Well, West Bengal is in complete shock. Of course, this entire incident that occurred yesterday has completely, put the entire state in a completely shocking state of affairs. Now, 3 victims have been identified from West Bengal, starting with Bitan Adhikari. As you mentioned, he had just returned on the 8th of April from Florida, where he was working in the IT sector, and he had left for a holiday with his family and 3-year-old son accompanying him to Kashmir on the 16th of April. They were supposed to return tomorrow, but of course, complete tragedy over there. The son has lost his father, the wife is grieving and is in complete shock. He's also survived by 2 aged parents here in Kolkata, who right now are not willing to speak before the media because it's an hour of grief for them. They are still to come to terms with the loss that they are facing now. The other victim is also from Kolkata's Behala, Sameer Guha, whose daughter had just completed her examinations and was on a vacation with the father. A very, very amiable man in his neighborhood. The neighbors recall him as someone who loves to travel, who's always friendly, very approachable, and of course he was also killed by the terrorists in broad daylight in Pahalgam yesterday. The daughter is studying in school and the wife is returning. She's also completely shattered and is unable to really process what has happened to their family. It's a family of 3. He had lost his parents earlier already. His brother-in-law is waiting here in Kolkata to receive the mortal remains later on in the Kolkata airport. And the third victim is from Purulia's Jhalda, an IB officer who was posted in Hyderabad and was living there with his family. He traveled there with 2 of his children for a vacation, a family vacation. Now, Kashmir is a very popular tourist spot among the Bengalis here, especially during the summers. The vacations have already begun. Schools are shut, and a lot of families at this point in time travel to the hill stations. If not Darjeeling, then they usually pick, somewhere in Himachal Pradesh. But now with Kashmir opening up, a lot of tourists from West Bengal travel to Kashmir. The Chief Minister of the state has confirmed the 3 deaths. The ministers have gone to these victims' homes and spoken to them. The Chief Minister has spoken to Bitan Adhikari's wife yesterday night and has assured all support. The Chief Minister is overlooking all the preparations at the Kolkata airport for a swift movement once the mortal remains arrive. The ministers have been appointed to oversee those preparations. At Delhi, also representatives are there on behalf of the West Bengal government for their onwards flight. And of course, it's a day of gloom, just not here in West Bengal, but across the country, as these stories, these heartbreaking stories pour in from various families who have been left completely broken.
All right. Thank you very much, Shreyasi, for sharing those details with us. It's these stories of grief that we are hearing from across the country. But India will act. The question is when and where and how. Those are decisions the government will take. They are under no pressure to do anything immediately, but they will act. The question is, again, how? We'll take a short break. There's more coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal.
This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and centre, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
The last 1 month, if you see the share prices of Genzol.
Welcome back. We are tracking that very brutal attack in Jammu Kashmir's Pahalgam yesterday that killed 26 people and has left several people injured. In fact, the Supreme Court also paid a tribute to all those people who lost lives there, were brutally murdered by a group of terrorists in Pahalgam in South Kashmir yesterday. Those visuals there of Supreme Court judges, lawyers, observing a minute of silence. This is their way of paying tributes to all those people who died, those tourists, those innocent civilians who lost their lives in one of the most brutal terror attacks on civilians that India has seen in the last 30 years.
All right, well, we're joined now by Mr. R.K. Bhargav. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us. I think the big concern at this stage is that it's been 24 hours now since the Pahalgam terror attack, and there is no encounter which is broken out taking on these terrorists. Therefore, the worry is that they've just sort of disappeared. Is this not a big concern in this fight for justice?
No, because whatever input I am getting, I think it was a very well planned operation from the side of terrorists. They chose very suitable ground for them, where a lot of tourists, they come together, they stay there for some time, and then the time also. Because they chose such a time so that after 1 or 2 hours, it gets dark, and then it facilitates them to get away from there. And of course, there are only 4 terrorists which have been identified, but I feel that there must be at least 2 more. They must be covering their exit route. They must be keeping an eye over the entire area so that in case they have to run away, from which side they should run away. So just hoping that you can get information in 24 hours, I think it is okay. You can hope for this, but it is not very probable. I have been in that area. I have been operating in those areas, following the terrorists also, but sometimes if you are able to nab them within next 1 or 2 hours, it's okay. Otherwise, once they melt into the jungles, that becomes slightly difficult. Moreover, this terrorist attack was totally unexpected. Of course, there was certain in report that there are certain terrorist organizations which are planning some action, but they will plan in such a way it was not very much expected. So the police forces, security forces, they were also not very ready to have this kind of terrorist attack.
But Mr. Bhargav, whenever there has been a terrorist attack in Jammu and Kashmir over the last many years, in the majority of cases, our soldiers or the police forces make contact with them and an encounter begins. In something as horrific as this, that's not happened. That's the point I'm trying to make.
There is a difference. There is a difference when they attack security forces, because the security forces are immediately there and they can go for chase. Here all the civilians were there only, and there were hardly any security forces in that area to give a chase to the terrorists.
True. So
there is a difference. This is what I say. There are three types of terrorist operations. One is against the security forces. Their target is only security forces, that we have been seeing in the last 1.5 years in Jammu area, Jammu-Rajouri area. And then there is another type of operation that is purely on the basis of attacking some civilians, you can say without any religious input. They just attack some civilians, irrespective whether it's a Hindu or Muslim. But here, the main point is that they targeted Hindu only. They identified them by whatever means they could muster, and then they killed them. So it was mainly targeted against the Hindus.
Okay, Mr. Bhargav, what according to you should be our top learnings from this episode, sir? Because clearly there are questions that are being asked on not just the gaps that exist in our intelligence gathering mechanisms, but also on the fact that there were no security forces in a top tourist site like this. Pahalgam has seen similar attacks in the past, at least one or two. What are the gaps? What are the very conspicuous gaps that you can talk about, and what really is the way forward?
Not the gap, but I would say it was complacency on the part of security forces, on the part of police, and as well as on the part of government. Because they thought that perhaps after 370 was report, the peace has come. They did not realize that the terrorists, they could attack in such areas in such a quantum. It's a big, after Pahalgam, it's a very big incident. So, of course, as I have been in INT also, so I know that the intelligence keep on pouring. But sometimes our analysis is wrong, or our analysis is not suited to the actual outcome. Might be, and in this case also, there must have been inputs about some militant attacks or the terrorist attacks, but it was not given due importance, because the government thought, the security forces thought, no, now there's peace is there are so many security forces. So this thing happened. Now, of course, they will have to rethink their strategy. They will have to rethink how they should again bring peace to the area. And this is a big thing which will be remembered for years. This thing happened because of the complacency on the part of the government, complacency on the part of security forces.
All right, Mr. Bhargav, thank you very much for speaking to us, sharing your views on what's happened. Now, in all of this, there are some people who are true heroes, and these stories are only just emerging. For example, a pony ride operator in this area displayed extraordinary courage as he tried to snatch the rifle from one of the terrorists. Syed Adil Hussain Shah paid with his life.
एक ही सहारा था, यही कमाने वाला था।
एक बच्चा कमाए वाला से हाय अल्लाह के कर खुदाया।
घर में और कोई नहीं है कमाने वाला?
ना हाँ। ये कमाए वाला,
ये वहाँ पे घोड़ा चलाता था।
हाँ, घोड़ा चलाता था। ये हाय खुदाया।
So that man, Syed Adil Shah, he was ferrying tourists on his horse from the car parking to the Baisaran meadow in Pahalgam. That's accessible only by foot. He was shot dead during his attempt to fight one of the terrorists. He had to try to protect the tourists. He did that. He paid with his life.
And I think, Vishnu, that is the worst fallout of this incident, because the locals are going to suffer.
Absolutely.
With tourists, the surge of tourists actually, coming to, in some ways, reducing now.
3,337 people flew out of Srinagar airport between 6 a.m. and 12 p.m. today, right? And many more flights have been announced. So we'd seen this incredible surge in tourism, which is expected so important for the economy. That's now going to clearly be impacted.
And tourism clearly was giving, the Union Territory of J&K the kind of economic boost that it needed, and it was getting closer to normalcy. And clearly this is a setback that probably the government will also have to navigate, and more importantly will also have to take locals into confidence. And the story of Adil Hussain, the pony rider, is an example of how locals continue to suffer even as militancy surges. My colleague Gurpreet also spoke to the family members of a Navy officer, Vinay Narwal, who died yesterday. He was also amongst those who were killed by terrorists yesterday in Pahalgam. And this is the report that he sent.
26-year-old Navy officer who has already lost his life in this terror attack. Right now we are standing at his residence. We have a grandfather of Vinay with us. We will talk to him. तो सर आपके पास क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन आई, क्योंकि ये कहा जा रहा है कि सिर्फ जो मैन थे उनको टारगेट किया गया, वहाँ पे उनको ही मारा गया?
ये तो मुझे नहीं पता, लेकिन जो क्लिप चल रही थी उसमें ज़रूर पता लग गया कि उन्होंने मजहब को पूछ के गोलियां चलाई है, सिर में उसके गोली मारी है, जबकि वो खाना खा रहे थे उस टाइम। ठीक है, तो इन्फॉर्मेशन में सिर्फ इतना ही बताया गया भाई उसको अटैक हुआ है, उसमें गोली लग गई है, इससे फालतू और कोई पता नहीं लगा।
16 तारीख को शादी होती है, 19 को रिसेप्शन होती है, उसके बाद वो शॉर्ट टर्म हनीमून टूर पे जाते हैं दोनों हस्बैंड एंड वाइफ, तो उसके बाद ये इंसिडेंट होता है। तो विनय करनाल में रहते थे, पास में गांव था, कहाँ से पढ़े हैं यहाँ पे, कब नेवी में ज्वाइन किया उन्होंने?
वो जब 3.5 साल के थे, हम गांव से करनाल आ गए थे, 8 सेक्टर में रहते थे और 8 सेक्टर में ही स्कूल है, उसमें वो पढ़ते थे। यहाँ से मैट्रिक की उसने, 10+2 उसने दिल्ली से की है, उसके बाद वो 10+2 के बाद बीटेक की है SRM अपना राजीव गांधी जो सोनीपत है वहाँ से। उसके बाद वो नेवी के अंदर डायरेक्ट सेलेक्ट हुए थे SSB से, SSB का एग्ज़ाम होता है, उससे सेलेक्ट हो गए, सेकंड लेफ्टिनेंट नेवी के अंदर गए थे। अभी 1-1.5 साल पहले उसकी प्रमोशन हुई थी, लेफ्टिनेंट बन गए थे।
विनय हमेशा ही देश की सेवा करना चाहते थे क्या, उस शुरू से ही? क्योंकि पिता भी कह रहे कि एक जॉब करते थे, क्या
शुरू से ही उसके मन में थी, ये भावना थी कि मैं देश की सेवा करूं। और जब भी वो मिलिट्री गाड़ियां वगैरह बचपन में देखता था तो वो मेरे से बहुत ज़्यादा सवाल करता था, ये कैसे है, क्या है। तो बल्कि मैं उसको गुस्सा होता था कि मैं खुद BSF के अंदर नौकरी करके आया हूँ, मुझे पता है बॉर्डर की नौकरी कितनी टफ़ है। मैं उसके बाद हरियाणा पुलिस में रहा हूँ, तो मैं उसको सोचूं था कि ये इस तरफ ना जाए, क्यों, वहाँ तो बहुत टफ काम है। लेकिन उसका मन ही ऐसा था कि उसने 10+2 करते करते भी उसने एग्ज़ाम CDS वगैरह के भी देता रहा। लेकिन
क्योंकि ये भी टेररिस्ट अटैक हुआ है, हमें विनय भी देश की रक्षा करने में लगे, तो क्या कल कोई ऐसी बात आई, उन्होंने रजिस्ट किया, कोशिश की वहाँ पे, क्या एकदम से अटैक हो गया, क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन?
उस चीज़ के बारे में तो कोई मैंने देखा नहीं है कैसे क्या हुआ। तो वो तो बैठे थे, खाना खा रहे थे, जैसे हमें पता लग गया है। उसके बाद उन्होंने मतलब वहाँ गोलियाँ चली हैं, पूछ के सिर में गोली लगाई है, मारी है उसको।
क्या मांग करते हैं, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं ये, क्योंकि विनय एक बहन थी और विनय,
हम तो क्या मांग करेंगे, मांग तो जो गवर्नमेंट करेगी वो करेगी, जो कुछ उनका तो कुछ बन नहीं सकता। जो टेररिस्ट ने गोली चलाई है उसका तो वो तो चला गया, शहीद हो गया, सोच ले। तो हम तो कुछ नहीं मांग करते।
तो विनय के फादर मदर वहाँ गए हैं, कौन कौन गया वहाँ?
विनय के पिताजी हैं और उनकी बेटी है, साथ में गए हैं, और उसके ससुर विनय के और सास वो गई हुई हैं श्रीनगर।
तो विनय और विनय की बहन थे, 2 ही बच्चे थे?
2 ही बच्चे हैं, बड़ा विनय था छोटी लड़की थी जिसका नाम सृष्टि है।
दादा होने नाते पे, क्योंकि हमेशा आपने उसे बचपन में देखा होगा, देश की सेवा कर रहा था, लेकिन इस समय हम अंडरस्टैंड करते हैं कि बहुत बड़ा लॉस हो गया। तो क्या मांग क्या करते हैं कि क्योंकि जो बच्चा आपने पाला पोसा इतना बड़ा
तो क्या हमने कोई मांग किस चीज़ की करेंगे जी? हम जो हमारे पास था वही चले गया, और क्या हमारे पास पहले बतेरा कुछ है, वही कोई बरतने वाला नहीं रहा, और क्या है गया? जिसके लिए हम कमा रहे थे हमारा तो वो ही नहीं रहा। अभी तो ज़मीन भी है मेरे पास, घर भी है, ये है, तो हमारे पास है क्या?
जस्टिस की मांग करते हैं कि
हाँ, जस्टिस की मांग करते हैं, न्याय मिले हमें कुछ न कुछ। ठीक है।
Well, heart-wrenching story of Vinay Narwal's family there. That's his grandfather speaking on his grandson's death. In fact, in that brutal attack that happened in Pahalgam yesterday, Vinay Narwal is one of the 26 people who lost their lives to that brutal incident of terror. One of the most horrific terror incidents that India has witnessed, especially in the last 30 years. 26 people losing their life. Amit Shah was in Pahalgam earlier this morning. He has met with victims. Prime Minister Modi has cut short his visit to Saudi Arabia. In fact, he has also cancelled his trip to Kanpur, and he's also constantly reviewing, monitoring the situation. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh also held a very important meeting with the army chief, with the chiefs of all armed forces. And today evening is when the Cabinet Committee on Security is expected to meet, and that is expected to refine India's approach to this renewed terror in Jammu and Kashmir. But Vishnu, tell us, what kind of approach will India take? Because there's a lot of question on what will India do next.
You know what, I think it is important to reflect on a couple of points. Firstly, it's been 24 hours. There is no encounter with these terrorists. They appear to have gotten away, at least for the moment. India possesses a great deal of technology, whether it's the use of drones or communication intercepts or night vision equipment. Day and night, we've got drones deployed over there. To try and find those terrorists needs to be an absolute priority. Simultaneously, the NIA, the National Investigating Agency, will be looking for leads and intelligence. It's on the basis of the NIA's investigation that I suggest that India will finalize its final course of action. There would be diplomatic steps, potentially military ones. We'll have to wait and see what happens. We're going to keep tracking the story on NDTV throughout the day. Lots of developments expected today. Do stay tuned.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
If it matters to you,
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India.
In today's
Monsters behind Pahalgam attack, Lashkar Front, Resistance Front has claimed responsibility for this terror attack. Home Minister Amit Shah has sent out a strong message saying that India will not bend to terror. He says culprits will not be spared. Home Minister Amit Shah has visited the terror spot in Pahalgam and has also held very important security review meetings. India's worst terror attack on civilians in the last 30 years. In J&K, Prime Minister to chair cabinet meeting on security this evening. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh also holds a key security meet. This is an important meeting with all three defence chiefs, CDS. It lasted for over 2.5 hours. This is an important huddle ahead of the CCS meeting expected later this evening. In the midst of US Vice President J.D. Vance's visit to India, he also pays condolences to people of Kashmir, saying that US will provide all necessary assistance to India. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has held a very important meeting with Chief of Defence Staff, all three defence chiefs over the Pahalgam terror attack. Remember, 26 people have been killed by a group of terrorists in one of the most deadly attacks on civilians witnessed by Indians in Jammu, Kashmir. This happened yesterday. This incident took place in the Baisaran Meadows, in the upper reaches of Pahalgam in South Jammu and Kashmir. This happened on Tuesday morning, and it is being seen as one of the worst terror attacks in the last 30 years. Prime Minister Narendra Modi cut short his trip to Saudi Arabia. He came back today morning, and immediately after coming back, he held an important meeting with the Foreign Secretary, Foreign Minister, External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, Vikram Misri, who's the Foreign Secretary, and also the NSA. Ajit Doval, Home Minister Amit Shah, was in Pahalgam today. He also has met with victims of this terror attack. Remember, several people are still stranded there. The government has also spoken to airlines. In fact, Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has held an emergency meeting with airline operators and has asked them not to indulge in surge pricing. Amit Shah, meanwhile, has said that Bharat will not bend to terror. The culprits of this terror attack will not be spared. Those assurances coming there from the Home Minister, those visuals there of him speaking with victims of this terror attack that took place yesterday, one of the worst that India has seen, especially in the last 30 years. Meanwhile, the Jammu and Kashmir government has announced Rs 10 lakh for each deceased family. Those are the sketches that have also been released by agencies of those terrorists. There were 4 that we believe who were involved in this attack, and nearly 26 people have died, and these were all tourists from different parts of the country, from different states of the country. Several state governments are working day and night to ensure that the bodies of those who unfortunately lost their lives yesterday in Pahalgam are being transported back. Prime Minister Narendra Modi expected to hold that very important CCS meeting today evening that will decide what kind of approach India will take. That's an important meeting to formulate the response that India will take with respect to this attack that took place. The Resistance Front ERF, a shadow group of the banned Pakistan-based Lashkar-e-Taiba, which is a terror group, has claimed responsibility for this attack in Pahalgam. My colleague joins us with more details on this. Anuj, 6 of those people who unfortunately lost their lives are from Maharashtra. We saw what Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister, said. Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu has also reached out to Eknath Shinde, who's the Deputy Chief Minister, to ensure that the bodies of the deceased are facilitated with, are transported back to their homes with no fuss. But tell us, this is a city that has seen the worst form of terror. In fact, we were just, in some ways quite hopeful after the extradition of the Hawur Rana a few days ago that India has intensified its approach to terror, and now this dastardly attack takes place. Tell us, how have the victims of, how is the city feeling about this? And also tell us a little bit about those who lost their lives. They were just holidaying with their families. Tell us a little bit about what their relatives are feeling about this.
We've been following the victims and we've been trying to interact with their neighbors and friends since morning. A majority of their family members have immediately flown down to Kashmir or to Delhi, to try and get as closer to them as possible. But we are standing outside the airport. This is, this is section of the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Airport Terminal 1, and at any point of time now onwards, the first flight which is left from Srinagar to Mumbai will be reaching here. We should know that there are 6 deceased people from Maharashtra in this entire case. However, 8 will be coming down here in 4 different flights, out of which 3 will be coming here. The first flight left at 12 is what we know from the government record, followed by the one at 1:15, and then the last would be at 3 p.m. The last flight coming to Maharashtra will be to Pune, where political leaders from the ruling dispensation have already placed themselves to. So, soon to be state president of the Bharatiya Janata Party, come here to receive those people. We've gotten a statement from the Chief Minister stating that senior leaders, will be present here. Also know that senior leaders from the Shiv Sena, Shinde Sena faction will also be present here to make sure that the arrangements are made fine. At the same time, both the parties, that is the Bharatiya Janata Party and Shiv Sena, have sent their delegation, have sent their leaders to Kashmir, to Srinagar, to make sure that all of the other tourists who are present there, their travel to Maharashtra, to different parts of the state is also hurdle free. We know that a lot of Maharashtrian tourists were present there, 39 alone from Panvel. We know that there are 11 of the tourists who
before these attacks started. There is a family from Jargaon, family from Thane.
Right. Let me also get in my other colleagues, Uma Sudhir and also Deepak Bopanna. Uma, to you first. Many of these victims who lost their lives yesterday in that attack were from the south of India. Tell us a little bit about how the South Indian states are ensuring that their families are not put through much more trouble, especially at times like this. And also, explain to us how are the state governments looking at this? What are the victims feeling, the relatives of the victims feeling about this?
So two of the victims are from Karnataka. One of them, their original state is Andhra Pradesh. So from Andhra Pradesh, you have two victims that we are talking about. But this is not about states and the victims belonging to any particular state, because the entire country, in a sense, was shocked by what happened yesterday, and the anguish was there. And then coming to terms with what the kind of a grief and the feeling that you could be so vulnerable in a place where you have gone as a tourist is what had hit the people of the country. And now they're coming to terms with what has happened and looking forward to how we will stand united and give a befitting reply to all those who have perpetrated this kind of violence on the terror on the residents of the country. In fact, one of the reactions coming in from Andhra Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister Pawan Kalyan, who is saying that it has deeply shaken us, the horrific Pahalgam attack has deeply shaken us. My heart goes out to the bereaved families. As a mark of respect and solidarity, Janasena will observe 3 days of mourning across the Telugu states, and our party flag will fly at half-mast, and is saying that we remain resolute at this dark hour, and Bharat's unity cannot be broken by terror, and I have full faith that our leadership will respond with strength and purpose to ensure justice prevails and such atrocities never occur again. Together, we will overcome. Together, we will heal, and united against terror. This is something that is a sentiment that leader after leader, and not just leader after leader, but I must say state after state, citizen after citizen is echoing, because they understand that this is a time when India needs to stand together. We do understand that there is an attempt in that sense to break the kind of a confidence that the people of the country had in the leadership that we have now of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the feeling that, Jammu Kashmir was returning to normal. So many of our friends, people who know, who have been planning holidays, that have been to, Jammu Kashmir, and just last night, even as this terror story was unfolding, one of the ministers here said he had just returned the day before from there. Ponnam Prabhakar, who is the transport minister, he had gone there along with his wife. He had just returned. Another friend also mentioned about having just returned, and that feeling was not sinking in about the kind of an attack that has happened. But subsequently, of course, now we are talking about all leaders coming together and condemning this attack and saying that we are going to be united in our solidarity. That's what Nara Chandrababu Naidu has tweeted out, and that's what Nara Lokesh has tweeted out. If Mr. Chandrababu Naidu's reaction is a little more tempered, given his experience in politics and the long innings that he has had, and he speaks about standing in solidarity, Nara Lokesh, being the younger minister that he is, speaks about not allowing this to go unpunished, and that is again something that reflects the sentiment of the people. Of course, there are two of those people from Andhra Pradesh. One of them, Chandramouli, a 70-year-old, very enthusiastic traveler who had gone along with his wife Nagamani and 4 others to Jammu Kashmir, and that's where he became the target of this terror attack. And his wife had in fact alerted her brother in Andhra Pradesh, saying that she is missing her husband after what seemed like a terror attack, and subsequently she also learned that her husband has been shot dead. So we are expecting that later tonight is when the mortal remains of the bodies will arrive here. The second person, of course, Mr. Madhusudan, who is working with IBM as a senior architect in Bengaluru, a resident of Kavali in Nellore. We are told that his parents are not been broken the news yet, because they are had patients, and they are worried about these elderly parents being able to face up to the reality of having lost their son, who had gone to Kashmir along with his wife and 2 children on a holiday. Of course, the third person is Manish Ranjan from Hyderabad, who was shot dead along with his, in front of his wife. and 2 children.
Well, let me just ask you to, let me just request you to hold your thought for just a second. The mortal remains of Army officer Vinay Narwal, who also lost his life yesterday in the terror attack in Pahalgam, has reached Delhi, and you can see the visuals there. In fact, those are the mortal remains of Vinay Narwal, who lost his life yesterday in that the mortal remains of Vinay Narwal, Army officer who lost his life yesterday in that attack in Pahalgam that also saw the lives of 28 people being taken away by terrorists, terrorists who appeared in groups of 2. There were 4 terrorists is what we understand, and those mortal remains have come back now. And my colleague Gurpreet also spoke to his family a short while ago, and we heard the family members, especially the grandfather of this Navy officer who was killed yesterday, talk about his childhood, talk about his aims and aspirations, his dreams of succeeding in his life and protecting the country, something that he always had since he was a child. You can also see Rekha Gupta there, the Chief Minister of Delhi. She's been waiting to receive the mortal remains of many of those tourists who lost their lives yesterday in that act of cowardice by terrorists in South Kashmir's Pahalgam. My colleague Aishwarya joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, Rekha Gupta, the Chief Minister there, receiving the mortal remains of those people who died yesterday, who were killed yesterday, also the mortal remains of the Navy officer who also unfortunately lost his life. Tell us a little bit about how the government, how the administration is clearly looking at this, because clearly the government, both the centre working with the government in Jammu and Kashmir, have done a lot to ensure that there's a sense of normalcy. We can keep having these debates on if we need more troops in Jammu and Kashmir, but clearly the fact that there was democracy there were elections there, had sent in hope there. But clearly what happened yesterday has also made a lot of us think as to what really happened. You can see Rekha Gupta there, Chief Minister of New Delhi there, paying her tributes, paying her respects to the mortal remains of Navy officer Vinay Narwal. Aishwarya, tell us how is the government looking at its approach from here? Because clearly the government wants to send out a clear message. The Prime Minister cut short his trip to Saudi Arabia. He in fact also cancelled his trip to Kanpur. In fact, he is likely to have this very important CCS meeting today evening. Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Pahalgam, is also in Pahalgam today at the place where the terror attack took place. The Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir in Pahalgam, meeting victims, meeting people, meeting the locals there. This is also the time when leaders also feel the need to reach out to people. They are also equally shaken as the rest of the country. Tourism was the only thing that was giving J&K the kind of economic boost it needed to go towards the path of normalcy. Remember, that is something that was promised to the people of Kashmir when Article 370 was abrogated, and while all efforts were being driven towards that, an incident like this is clearly a setback to all the progress that have been made. But the government is looking at this with a lot of commitment and seriousness, which is why the Prime Minister has come back from Saudi Arabia, cutting short his very important trip. He is likely to have that very important CCS meeting today evening. Amit Shah, the Home Minister, who's in Pahalgam today morning meeting victims, is also on his way back to Delhi. Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, was also out of the country, is expected to come back late tonight. The visuals on your left there, family members of the Navy officer who unfortunately lost his life in yesterday's attack. Rekha Gupta, the Chief Minister of Delhi, talking to them, consoling them, providing them the assurances that they would value at this time of their grieving. To your right is, of course, Omar Abdullah, who's also reached Pahalgam. He's also meeting victims. Remember, a lot of tourists have been stranded. Clearly he's talking to locals there. Remember, the locals have been hit hard by this attack because there's been a surge of tourist activity in Jammu and Kashmir in the last few years, and this is just the beginning of the holiday season. It has just started on a bad note with this horrible terror attack taking place, and yesterday there were visuals of all these cars leaving Pahalgam, going back to their own states of, tourists leaving Pahalgam, and that clearly is going to cost the locals a lot because tourism was one important activity that had given the much needed economic boost to the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Aishwarya, to you, first of all, tell us how is the government looking at this, because there's a lot of anger, there's a lot of commitment and grit that is being seen in their approach, because today Amit Shah, the Home Minister, also went and met victims and gave them assurances, and he left immediately yesterday around 6 o'clock. He was in J&K by 8:30, and the Prime Minister is also likely to hold the CCS meeting today. Tell us, how is the government looking at this? What are you picking up?
Well, the visuals and the images that we have received from Pahalgam and Srinagar of Home Minister's presence over there speaks itself in 1,000 words. A message has been sent out very clear to the perpetrators who are sitting on the other side of the border that Government of India has zero tolerance policy against terrorism, and Indian government will give a befitting reply to all of those perpetrators, and they will be brought to the justice. The innocents who had been killed over there in Pahalgam will get justice, and the action plan had been prepared. Yesterday, it was Home Minister since 4 p.m. when the news came out. He continuously have taken and monitored the situation. He rushed to Jammu and Kashmir. Overnight, there were several rounds of meetings that took place between the Chief Minister of Jammu Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, and Lieutenant Governor as well. And since morning, we have been witnessing those visuals of Home Minister directly going and meeting those people, the survivors, the family members who have lost the loved ones, who have gone there to enjoy their vacations, but a sad end to their visit to Jammu and Kashmir. But it was Home Minister who was in between that crowd and consoled the family members. And as Prime Minister said, that was echoed by Home Minister himself, that the revenge will be taken and perpetrators will be given a befitting reply. Now, let's talk about government as well. On one side now, what we are witnessing is Government of India providing every sort of assistance to the family members of those who had been killed. A safe passage, a safe route had been organized by the government to bring back their bodies and to dispatch them to different parts of the country. And that's the assistance that the Ministry of Civil Aviation is providing. Of course, the letter that had been issued and a request has been made to several airlines which are almost on board to whosoever tourist over there wanted to come back, they can get, and they can, the airlines can waive off their cancelling charges as well. But Government of India on their part is also making several efforts. It is Prime Minister Narendra Modi, since he arrived back to India after cutting short his trip. Of course,
Aishwarya, we'll just come back to you in just a bit. Omar Abdullah, Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, is speaking now in Pahalgam. Let's listen in.
लाशों का अंबार और इंसानियत शर्मसार, क्या कहना चाहेंगे? आज आप जनाजे पे भी आए।
क्या कहा जा सकता है? इसकी पुरजोर मजम्मत, उन लोगों के साथ ताज़ियत और हमदर्दी का इजहार जिनके ऊपर और जिनके साथ ये सदमा पीता है। हमारे बाहर से मेहमान आए थे छुट्टी मनाने के लिए, बदकिस्मती से उनको कफनों में घर वापस भेजा गया है। यहाँ हमारा एक गरीब नौजवान मजदूरी करके रोजी रोटी कमाने वाला आदिल घर से निकला था, मेहनत की कमाई करने के लिए। बदकिस्मती से आज उनका कफन जो है उनके घर लौटा दिया गया, लेकिन सुनने में आया है कि इनकी मौत ऐसे नहीं हुई, ये बहादुरी का सबूत दिखा रहे थे। वहाँ लोकल सुनने में आया है कि ये एक शख्स थे जिन्होंने हमले को रोकने की कोशिश की और जिन्होंने शायद बंदूक छीनने की भी कोशिश की, और तभी जाके इनको निशाना बनाया गया। अब जैसे इनके घर वालों ने अभी जनाजे से पहले बात की, इस खानदान का हमें ख्याल रखना होगा, इनकी मदद करनी होगी, और मैं यहाँ इन सबको यकीन दिलाने आया हूँ कि इस मौके पे हुकूमत इनके साथ खड़ी है और जितना हम इनके लिए कर सकेंगे हम कर लेंगे।
Well, Aishwarya, that was Omar Abdullah, the Chief Minister of J&K, saying, also talking about the lives of tourists that were lost and also the life of a local that has been lost. On your screens, Dilip Desale there, a senior citizen who also has lost his life, a citizen of Maharashtra, resident of Maharashtra, and to your right, visuals of the Navy officer Vinay Narwal, who had just been married less than a month ago. He also lost his life there. He was killed by terrorists. Going across to my colleague Aishwarya, who's been tracking all of this very closely. Aishwarya, tell us really heart-wrenching stories of people who have lost their lives, who've been killed, from a Navy officer to a businessman to a senior citizen to just, a travel enthusiast to even, a group of cousins. Clearly, this represents all of us, which is why it has also sent in shockwaves across the country. It's being described as the most brutal incident that the country has seen in the last 30 years. Tell us, what does this mean for the government, the way it sees Jammu and Kashmir, and also the way people look at Narendra Modi's governance?
Well, it's a very, very sensitive and emotional topic for Home Minister Amit Shah himself, as he was the in charge for the Union Territory, which has got the special status. He was there, every month or after 2 months, he visits Jammu Kashmir. He monitors the situation over there, holds several rounds of meetings from the North Block in Delhi, and had recently called up the meeting to review the implementation of 3 criminal laws. Omar Abdullah was a part of it. It was him who himself visited just last month, a 3-day visit to Jammu and Kashmir, held a high-level security meeting over there. He clearly gave a message that complete elimination of terrorism from Jammu and Kashmir region should be the main approach. Government of India has the vision of zero tolerance against terrorism, and that's where we wanted to focus. The special, focus was on the Jammu region itself, and several guidelines were also given for that matter. But perhaps that's a setback for the Modi government, who had a vision of Naya Kashmir. Of course, the economy will hit now as the tourist will certainly get scared of. But to overcome that, the government of India is making every effort possible. Prime Minister Narendra Modi cutting short his trip from Saudi Arabia, heading back to India. Since morning, what we have been told is Prime Minister Narendra Modi very closely monitoring the situation of the search operations that are going there. He's been briefed after hours after hours, and they're waiting for Home Minister to arrive back to Delhi from Srinagar to get the first-hand information. And by this evening, we have been told that there will be a CCS meeting that will take place under the chairmanship of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, where hard decisions will be taken. And if there is a need to avenge, then certainly what will be those decisions? The nature of the CCS today would not be a review meeting. It would be strategic. It would be a way forward meeting for the country to look forward. Apart from it, one very important piece of information that we also had brought to our viewers as far as Government of India is concerned, they will be soon assigning a senior cabinet minister to take all the opposition leaders of all the opposition political parties together They will be briefing them on the current development of the terror attack that happened and what the government of India is planning as far as the counter operations on of this terror attack is concerned. The all-party meeting can also be called very likely. Remember, it is Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, who also spoke to Home Minister Amit Shah, Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah. But this is a time to give those family members the assurances who have lost their loved ones in this deadliest terror attack that we have seen in a recent while, and therefore the reason Government of India being very, very sensitive about each and every development which is happening, and from Prime Minister to Home Minister, each and everyone conducting a meeting. Rajnath Singh, Defence Minister, also held a meeting today with 3 service staffs at his residence for almost 2.5 hours.
Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. Also, one more question for you. How important is it for the government to also review the security situation in Jammu and Kashmir? Because everyone is also talking about the kind of action that needs to be taken to fill in the gaps that are visible now, at least with gathering intelligence or certain kind of complacency, ensuring that there's coordination amongst all agencies that are working towards peace. Elections have happened in Jammu and Kashmir. There's an elected government that has been put in place. So while the options for India to be taken against Pakistan are on the table, I'm sure that for both the Prime Minister and the Home Minister, ensuring that security in Jammu and Kashmir is not compromised yet again is going to be a primary agenda.
It is a top agenda. It is the top priority of the government. Home Minister Amit Shah has been involved in such kind of review meetings and taking regular updates with the IB chief, with the Jammu Kashmir DGP, LG Manoj Sinha, who holds that meeting in Jammu and Kashmir, reports back to the Home Minister. And therefore the reason, perhaps I remember when Home Minister visited Jammu and Kashmir and held a top level meeting, security review meeting, there was an entire data that was released by the Ministry of Home Affairs, which clearly narrated the story of the Naya Kashmir, how development, infrastructure, job opportunities have been given to youth, multiplexes have been opened, how there has been connectivity which has increased, and tourism, one of the very important sector which leads to the better economy of Jammu and Kashmir, that has hit a record high. But certainly now all eyes would be to bring back peace and normalcy, and Government of India is making all efforts, Prime Minister Narendra Modi directly being involving in all of those developments.
Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. Heart-wrenching stories of victims from across the country. NDTV is tracking all of that very closely for you, even as the government has put forward this very important response of grit and commitment to safety of its own people, but at the same time making sure that it has options on the table, which is why the CCS meeting is going to take place later today. Rajnath Singh, the Defence Minister, has already had a preliminary meeting with the heads of all armed forces. The Prime Minister himself will be leading the meeting in the evening. In the evening is what we hear. The Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who's also part of CCS, is expected in India late tonight. And Amit Shah, the Home Minister, who is pivotal to all of these developments, he was in Pahalgam today talking to victims. He's also held very important security meetings there, talking to different agencies that are involved in peacekeeping in Jammu and Kashmir and also in security operations. He will be briefing the Prime Minister very shortly. He's expected to reach Delhi anytime soon, and that CCS meeting in the evening is expected to refine the kind of approach that India is going to take with respect to improving the security situation, not just in J&K, but also on what it needs to do next with respect to what kind of response it needs to have vis-a-vis Pakistan. My colleague Deepak Bopanna also joins me from Bengaluru. Deepak, you spoke to Pallavi, who is the wife of one of those people who also unfortunately lost his life yesterday, a businessman from Shivamoga. Tell us a little bit about the victims of Karnataka. I mean, I was reading today, a lot of them had just gone to Jammu and Kashmir to just have some fun with their families, many of them with their young children, many of them with their older children. Tell us about the victims from Karnataka and what are they feeling about this?
Well, the families are absolutely distraught, to say the least, because this has come as an absolute shocker. They didn't expect, because videos of celebration of family spending some time together, photographs, these were being circulated on social media, and all of a sudden a call comes in where they've said that this tragedy has occurred. People have lost their lives. From Shimoga, 47-year-old realtor Manjunath loses his life. He had gone there to celebrate with his son and his wife, because he had done particularly well in his PUC exams that just gotten over. Here in Bengaluru, Bharat Bhushan, along with his wife and kid, had gone to enjoy themselves, spend time as a family. But here tragedy struck once again. I'm with Prem, Prithvi and a few other friends, very close friends. They've spent almost all their life with Bharat. They recall him very fondly, and more importantly, this has come as an absolute shocker to them and the entire family. So if you tell us right now, when did you get to know of this news? How was it communicated? And more importantly, right now, how is the wife doing and how is the child doing?
See, we came to know at around 4:30, 4:45 yesterday in the afternoon. Preetham is actually a very good friend. Again, Preetham is the elder brother of Bhushan. So, Preetham was the first who got the information, and then he went really ballistic. He didn't know how to manage this bit of information, quite obviously, because it is his brother who has lost the life. So then he immediately called us, because we are all the support system for each other in our neighborhood. So, and then we all gathered here. With regards to the wife and the child, they are safe. Can't say that they are okay, obviously, but they are safe. And yesterday evening itself, I think Preetham's family that is Bhushan's family, had a good connect with some of the defense personnel. So they both were moved to one of the defense personnel's house for safety reasons. So that's what we can say.
It's come as a shocker, isn't it, for everybody? But right now, in the country, families like yourselves are hoping that such an incident does not occur. And life, you were just saying earlier that life has been lost and that doesn't come back. Now, what is that message that you want to send out to the government? What are you hoping from them?
Let's end this. A lot of innocent lives are being going. I'm not saying it's civilians, even our Jawans. Like, they don't deserve those deaths. They have hopes to come back, have celebrations with their families, and they blast a bus or they get into a camp and fire them. I mean, we should put an end to this. I think India has seen a lot of this. It's high time we pull our socks up and put an end to this. I think terrorism is definitely not an easy thing which can stop in a day or two, but this should end. Because I don't get back.
Let me just request you to hold your conversation for just a bit. Those visuals there of Home Minister Amit Shah meeting victims, meeting those people who got injured in the terror attack that took place yesterday. He's in Anantnag. He's in a hospital there, meeting victims, their family members, their relatives, and he's talking to them, giving them the assurances that they need to also hear at this time. Remember, Amit Shah has been on the spot in Pahalgam today morning. He has held several important meetings. He has paid his tributes to those who lost their lives. He has also spoken to security forces, and he has held a review meeting. This is all before the CCS meeting that the Prime Minister holds later today. And now he's in Anantnag meeting several people who also got injured, and he's talking to their relatives and also to the doctors there, inquiring about the situation and what really happened. Going back to Deepak in just a bit. Deepak from Bengaluru is also telling us a little bit about the victims from Karnataka and what their families have been talking about. Okay, Amit Shah there, the Home Minister speaking to those who got injured in that terror attack yesterday in South Kashmir's Pahalgam. Moving on to other stories now, Robert Vadra has spoken on Pahalgam attack, and in fact he has also spoken on the communal angle that's been given to it by some people. Nation is mourning the terror attack where innocent lives have been killed, but Robert Vadra has given a certain communal angle to this deadly terror attack. Remember that he is also Congress leader Priyanka Gandhi's husband. He's a businessman. He's also under scrutiny for his role in the National Herald case. On to your left is those heart-wrenching visuals of the mortal remains of Navy officer Vinay Narwal that have been now brought back. Those visuals there, and let's listen into what Robert Vadra said today.
I feel terrible, and my deep-hearted condolences are for the 28 people who have died in this terrorist act. And terrorist acts are really a weak way of highlighting their cause, is what I feel. This doesn't highlight a cause, it only makes the people who use these acts on civilians and people who are just there for tourists, it's a weak act. I think surely it is a time that all governments need to come together to fight this kind of an act or this kind of organizations.
Aishwarya, my colleague, joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, tell us a little bit about what Mr. Vadra said today, because this is also a time when all opposition parties have come together and said that India stands united in its fight against terror. Tell us a little bit about what Mr. Vadra said and why, and what kind of worldview does that show of him?
Well, absolutely shocking comments made by Robert Vadra over here. And certainly this is at a time when the country is mourning. We are witnessing those cries, emotions of people who have lost their loved ones. And Robert Vadra at this time blaming the policies of the government, the Hindutva policies, what he is speaking about. To contextualize it, Robert Vadra has mentioned in his soundbite is that this is Modi government's Hindutva policies which is dividing the country. What they are doing for Muslim community is certainly the act that the terrorists had been leading towards. Of course, he has said religion and politics should be religion and the politics should stay separated. But the kind of incident and the voices that we have heard from the survivors of terrorists asking about the religion, and this for the first time we have witnessed such. He had blamed the Modi government for making it possible because there was Hindutva policies that Prime Minister Narendra Modi government had drove, and that wedge between Hindus and Muslims and ultimately led to the attack. Certainly shocking in a way that how the Modi government had certainly in last 10 to 12 years have done so much of for the Muslim community. They had done, they have brought triple talaq, Waqf Amendment Bill 2025 was recently passed. Whole lot of policies had brought into for the upliftment of Muslims, the minorities in the country as well. But now a leader from the Congress party, Robert Vadra, is from the Gandhi family, making such a shocking remark at this time when one should come together with the government regarding the policies, regarding the awareness. Of course, we have seen beyond the party lines, all the leaders have come across and stated that they are with the government. The government has the approach that they will be briefing the entire opposition political parties, will be assigning one cabinet minister, and whatever decision they will be taking, the opposition should remain together. And most of the political parties have given a support to the government at this point of time when India seems to be united. But at the same time, Robert Vadra clearly making such remarks which are communal in nature, blaming the Modi government for it and stating that it is the Hindutva politics because of which it led to such kind of attack is certainly shocking in itself.
Right. Thank you, Aishwarya, for joining us with those details. Robert Vadra there blaming Hindutva policies of the Modi government for the attack in Pahalgam. Clearly one of those unfortunate, shocking comments there, even as a time when opposition parties are also coming together, not to blame the government, but to say that India stands united in its fight against terror. Remember, yesterday was a targeted killing at the Hindus because every person was shot, was also asked about his religion. And this is also the time to think about all of this with a lot of calm and composure closure, which is what is expected in the CCS meeting that the Prime Minister is expected to take in later part of today's evening. Remember, Home Minister Amit Shah has already met victims both in Pahalgam. He's in fact in Anantnag, and you can see the visuals there of him meeting those who got injured. 26 people have lost their lives, and this include from businessmen to students to just a group of cousins to travel enthusiasts to Navy officer and several people who just wanted to holiday with their families, and also one local person, a pony operator who also tried fighting with the terrorists. So clearly this shows that the government wants to send out a clear answer to the perpetrators of terror, but before that it also wants to ensure that security situation in Jammu Kashmir is not compromised yet again. So those visuals of the Home Minister there speaking to those who got injured yesterday. Remember, these are people apart from the 26 who lost their lives in the dastardly attack that took place yesterday in South Kashmir's Pahalgam. With that, it's time for a short break. We'll keep bringing you all news from the ground and insights on this terror attack. Stay with us.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru. Only on NDTV 24/7.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal.
This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and centre, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know Your Company, powered by NDTV Profit Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Judicial Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D. Statements.
Contestant Narendra Modi in the wake of the terror incident that took place in South Kashmir's Pahalgam. Remember, a lot of international leaders have spoken to Prime Minister Modi, showing their support and also ensuring that they give India all the assistance that it needs at this time. Australian Prime Minister has condemned this attack and he has also offered condolences. And let's look at some reactions.
जम्मू कश्मीर में जो टेरर अटैक हुआ उनका मैं गोवा सरकार की तरफ से और गोवा के लोगों की तरफ से मैं निषेध करता हूं। और जिस तरह से धर्म के आधार पर नाम पूछ के गोली चलाना, इसका तो मैं इस तरह का आतंकवाद भारत देश कभी सह नहीं करेगा। हम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इस टेरर अटैक के खिलाफ उनका जवाब देंगे, इनको शिक्षा मिलेंगी। और गोवा सरकार पूरे जम्मू और कश्मीर के लोगों के साथ है, जिनकी फैमिलीज का डिमाइस हुआ और जो लोग इंजर्ड हुए हैं उनको जल्दी से जल्दी रिकवरी हो, बस यही मैं प्रार्थना करता हूं।
काश्मीरमध्ये जो भ्याड हल्ला झाला त्याचा मी निषेध करतो आणि जसं आपण सांगितलं की हल्लेखोरांना हे हवं आहे की आमचं आयुष्य हे डिस्टर्ब झालं पाहिजे, आम्ही थांबलो पाहिजे, पण भारत थांबणार नाही, आम्ही कोणी थांबणार नाही। आपलं जे काम आहे ते आपण करतच राहू, पण त्याच वेळी हल्लेखोरांना आणि हल्लेखोरांच्या पाठीमागे जे काही मास्टर माइंड असेल त्याला योग्य उत्तर भारत निश्चितपणे देईल।
घटनाक्रम में जिस प्रकार से देश के अंदर ये वज्रपात जैसा हुआ और माननीय यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री माननीय गृह मंत्री जी पाकिस्तान और उसके पिछलग्गुओं की इस कायराना हरकत का जवाब देने के लिए पूरा देश एकजुट है और हमारी सरकार भी बहुत अच्छे प्रकार से प्लान करके इस पे बढ़ रही है। मैं मान के चलता हूँ कि दुख की इस घड़ी में हम सब मृतक परिवार के साथ भी हैं।
कश्मीर में एक बड़ा आतंकी हमला हुआ है और पूरा देश इस समय इस घटना के जो दुख है वो मना रहा है। इस प्रकार की घटना निंदनीय है। पर्यटक वहां घूमने गए थे, उन्हें ये आशा भी नहीं थी कि हम अपने घर वापस जा सकेंगे, और जिस प्रकार की ये घटना हुई है, हिमाचल प्रदेश सरकार उन परिवारजनों के साथ है।
जम्मू कश्मीर के पहलगाम में आतंकवादियों ने कायराना हरकत की है, इसकी हम घोर निंदा करते हैं और जो भी इसमें मृतक हैं उनके प्रति संवेदना व्यक्त करते हैं। और जब भी इस तरह से देश के साथ हुआ है उसका करारा जवाब देश ने दिया है, तो निश्चित रूप से इसका भी बदला लिया जाए।
ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ದೇರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸ್ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ। ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸ್ ಫೇಲ್ಯೂರ್ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಇದು ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸ್ ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ। ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ಗುಲಾಮ ಇದಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉಗ್ರ ದಾಳಿ ಆಗಿದೆ। ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವೈಫಲ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ। ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ಈ ದಾಳಿ ನೋಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೂ ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು।
जो भी है, वैसे तो उनको गाड़ियों में गए होंगे या लेकिन स्टक हो गए हैं वहाँ पे, तो उनको वापस लाने के लिए या उनको सेफ वापस लाने के लिए हम जो है पठानकोट का बॉर्डर जो है वहाँ पे वहाँ तक उनको लाके उसके बाद उनको घर पे छोड़ना, उनको वो हमारी जिम्मेदारी। वो ये देखो उन्होंने देखो ग्रेनेड जिन्ने भी आए तो अटैक हुए, सारे बंदे 24 घंटे के ਵਿੱਚ ਫੜੇ ਗਏ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਬੰਦ ਹੋ ਗਏ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ ਵੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੱਲਣਾ ਕੰਮ। ਹਾਂ ਜੇ ਉਹ ਨਾ ਫੜੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਵੱਡੇ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਲਈ ਤਿਆਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ। ਸੋ ਇਸਕੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਮਤਲਬ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਪੰਜਾਬ 532 ਕਿਲੋਮੀਟਰ ਬਾਰਡਰ ਹੈ ਨਾਲ, ਇਧਰੋਂ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਲ ਇਹ ਚੱਲ ਚੁੱਕੇ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ। ਸੋ ਅਸੀਂ ਅਲਰਟ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਕੰਮ ਲਈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਦੁੱਧ ਦਾ ਫੂਕਿਆ ਲੱਸੀ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਫੂਕਾ ਮਾਰਦਾ ਫਿਰ।
It is a very serious, shocking incident for the entire country and the entire world is looking at it. It is an important place. Any terrorist attacks, especially on issues of religion, is very bad for any country.
As a Congress party, I would like to condemn it.
As many as 6 people have died from Maharashtra. In fact, all of them had gone for a holiday to Jammu and Kashmir, to Pahalgam, when this tragic incident struck. In fact, I am with family members of Dilip Disle. He is somebody who died in this tragic incident last evening. He was in Pahalgam. He was with his wife. He was holidaying there. 64-year-old Dilip losing his life. Tell us, when did you hear of his demise? What did you hear? We believe that his mortal remains will come here in just a bit.
We got to know yesterday. Initially, the news came on the TV. We got to know through TV only that there was an attack. But initially, his name was not declared. So we were in the relief that he must be missing or something kind of thing. But in the evening, then we got to know his name flashed, that he's the one who was deceased.
On a news channel, we got this details of the name and
So
everything.
it is through media that you got to know that it was Dilip.
Yes, because we were not able to connect to anyone over there. That was a problem, and the only information that we got that he is missing, because his name is not there, his body is not, and later on, once we got on a news, 50% it was confirmed. Then we got connected to the operator over there.
After an hour or something, police came. The local police team came. They informed us, and they were with us from yesterday evening till today morning. They are still there with us.
Heart-wrenching stories of victims from all across the country, and in the midst of all this is also the story of a pony ride operator from J&K who displayed extraordinary courage as he tried to snatch the rifle from one of the terrorists. In fact, Omar Abdullah, the Chief Minister of J&K, also talked about him today. Syed Adil Hussain, who ferried tourists on his horse from car parking to the Baisaran meadow in Pahalgam, that's accessible only by foot, was shot dead during his attempt to fight with one of the tourists. This is according to the accounts that have been given by local witnesses. Here is his mother, and here's a report.
एक ही सहारा था, यही कमाने वाला था। घर में और कोई नहीं है कमाने वाला?
ना। ये कमाने वाला।
ये वहाँ पे घोड़ा चलाता था?
हाँ, घोड़ा चलाता था। ये हाय खुदा।
Well, the locals of Jammu and Kashmir will be facing the brunt of what really happened, the fallout of this terror attack that happened, the worst in last 30 years that India has witnessed. Meanwhile, the top court, Supreme Court judges also paid tribute to those who died in the terror attack that happened in Jammu and Kashmir's Pahalgam yesterday. A 2-minute silence in remembrance. You can see the visuals there. And silence pledge salute. Top court lawyers and judges have paid tributes to all those who died in Pahalgam yesterday in that terror attack. In fact, 26 people have been found dead. Many of them are injured. And Amidst, the Home Minister, has actually met with several of those people in Anantnag hospital and has given assurances to them that justice will be delivered to them. Kapil Sibal, senior advocate at the Supreme Court, also spoke about this. Let's listen into what he said.
जो हादसा हुआ है पहलगाम में, ये बुज़दिलों के द्वारा आक्रामक तरीके से बेकसूर लोगों की जान लेना अपने आप में एक बहुत भारी इंसानियत के खिलाफ साजिश भी है और कत्लेआम भी है। और ऐसे लोग इंसानियत को कत्ल करते हैं, बेचारे बेकसूर लोगों को कत्ल करते हैं, और इसमें खमियाजा भुगतना पड़ेगा। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हमारी सरकार इसमें कदम उठाएगी।
Well, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal.
This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and center, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded by misinformation. We are bold, we are direct. Newsnight, for the news in your interest. Only on NDTV 24/7.
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations, tech disruptions, and the stories of our diaspora. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World, your new home for global news, is here.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. Only 2 hours to go for perhaps India's most important security huddle. The War Cabinet, the Cabinet Committee on Security headed by Prime Minister Modi, convenes in an hour from now in the national capital, where there will be clarity on how India plans to respond to the Pahalgam massacre. Deepthi and I, over the next 60 minutes, will be building up to that big meeting. But first, let's get you straight to the headlines.
Body of the naval officer is brought back to Delhi. The inconsolable wife of the late Navy officer is mourning the loss. The Delhi Chief Minister also pays her homage to the naval officer.
Well, these are the faces of the Pahalgam butchery, the massacre, the 3 faces in the form of sketches with inputs from those who survived the terrorist attack. These are the only pictures of them right now.
The Union Home Minister Amit Shah is sending out the strongest ever message. He says Bharat will not bend to terror. culprits will not be spared. He's also visited the terror spot earlier.
The Cabinet Committee on Security meet at 6 will also involve the 3 armed forces chiefs and the intelligence chiefs. They will be coming armed with options for the leadership to decide on.
The Raksha Mantri also holds a security meet. This is a key meet with all 3 defense chiefs that lasted for 2.5 hours. This is a big huddle, ladies and gentlemen, ahead of the all-important CCS later.
US Vice President J.D. Vance, who is in India, he has condoled what happened to the people of Kashmir, says US will provide all assistance to India.
I want to just, of course, issue our condolences to the people of Kashmir who were affected by this terrible terrorist attack. And obviously, we're providing whatever assistance and help we can provide to the government, to the people of India.
And on NDTV's coverage here, we've been getting you all the biggest voices first as this story unfolds. Handing you over now to Maria Shakil. Sajjad Lone joins her live from Kashmir.
Sajjad Lone is the MLA from Handwada and president of Jammu and Kashmir People's Conference, and he's joining me from Srinagar. Mr. Lone, thank you so much. There was almost an unwritten rule in Kashmir that tourists won't be killed by terrorists. This is for the first time, Mr. Lone, that tourists have been killed. What do you think has changed in the valley?
You see, it's something which is exogenous. It's not something which is an internal variable. These are people, terrorists, who came from the forest sites, from the very dense forests, perpetuated a heinous act of killing innocent civilians, and then ran away. And I can tell you with all the authority that I have never seen such anger and such outrage within the valley. People from all walks of life have come up and expressed their outrage at this carnage.
Does this attack, Mr. Lone, change the very nature of threat in Kashmir? Since you say that this is for the first time that you are seeing this kind of anger, of course, it's an act which has shaken the conscience of the entire country, of course, and it is dastardly to say the least. It's inhumane, and the images which are continuing to come from Pahalgam, and of course now that the mortal remains of the families, when they reach their homes, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it is. As I told you, it's heartbreaking. It's. What I see a change today is I think the people of Kashmir have sufficiently, unambiguously given a message to the perpetrators that enough. So far, so good. Thus far, no further. We are not going to stay lying here while on our soil, on our land, you will come and perpetuate these crimes.
Does this take Kashmir back in time in terms of all the movements? You know, we saw in recent times of increased tourist footfalls, the Union Territory, that, which it saw post the abrogation of Article 370, and to give that number of 3.5 million tourists who visited Kashmir in 2024.
I hope we don't. That would mean a victory for these perpetrators. That's what they wanted. It's. I feel very odd talking about other things when people have died, people have lost their father, somebody has lost a father, somebody has lost a husband, somebody has lost a son. But you have to understand that in this killing, this is a multifaceted terror attack. Of course, the most vicious part of it is to kill these innocent people who were tourists, who had come here to have a good time. And equally vicious, and a facet of this terror attack, is to destroy and hit at, assault, the economic lifeline of Kashmir, which is tourism. Smear our identity of hospitality, culture of hospitality, with an indelible dark mark, a dark milestone. We have a culture of hospitality which dates back to more than 100 years. These villains have come and uprooted everything for us. Societally, socially, we don't know. We can't explain to the whole world it's not us. It was the soil that was used by outsiders. And, tourism is an economic lifeline. They've hit at it and they know it hurts. They basically want Kashmiris to be out of work, be beggars, and be tools for exploitation. So as I said, it's multifaceted. In the short run, we see that they kill these innocent people, and in the longer term, it is the economic lifeline that they're struck at. And if things go back to olden days, as you have just put in, then it is what they actually wanted.
Mr. Lone, you say that Kashmir has also sent a message in the last 24 hours that this is enough. You have been interacting with people on the ground, speaking to them. Is there also a sense of fear that this is almost like some kind of return to those dark days of terrorism?
Look, I'll tell you one thing. This is an isolated incident where a group of 3 lunatics or 4 lunatics or whatever the number was come in and perpetuate an attack. It could happen in any part of the world. This does not represent remotely any acceptance by the people of Kashmir. That they came on the streets to reject it in huge numbers. They have come from small towns, villages. They have come teary-eyed when they see these videos. So I think that's a message enough for them. It doesn't, and I don't think we're going to be cowed down by these terrorists. They basically have run out of oxygen. These are desperate tactics or whatever they want to convey or do. But I'm sure that people of Kashmir have crossed their threshold and they're going to be resilient enough not to get threatened or cowed down by these cowards.
It's been over 24 hours since that horrific attack. What are people telling you? Because when we spoke a few minutes ago, you had told me that you're getting calls from people from different walks of life, Kashmiris who perhaps feel extremely concerned and worried right now.
First of all, if you go out on the streets, there's a deafening silence. You can see that as if this place is mourning. There is mourning in the air, and it's from the core of the heart. They're mourning the loss of their friends, their tourists, their guests. And when we talk to people, there's a total unanimity in the cruelty, in the barbarity, in the bestial savagery that was on display in that beautiful bison yesterday. Very rarely I've seen such a show of unanimity, and unconditionally, unambiguously. There are no conditions attached. Everybody is condemning it. And that's, as I said earlier on also, that's one thing which talks about the new state of affairs.
Mr. Lone, last question. The Prime Minister has spoken about his resolve to fight terrorism and, of course, how it remains unshakable, and perhaps it is stronger now. The entire country is waiting for the response from the government. There will be a cabinet committee on security that will be chaired by the Prime Minister in some time from now. What is it that the people of Kashmir expect?
Well, I think we welcome any move which punishes these perpetrators, these killers, and exemplary punishment, and sets an example for anybody else that they cannot do it. We will welcome any move which gets justice for those who lost their lives.
All right, Sajjad Lone, appreciate your time here on NDTV.
Thank you.
With that, it's a wrap from me. Over to you, Shiva and Deepthi, for the rest of the news and updates.
Maria, thanks very much for that. Sajjad Lone, a whole lineup of Kashmiri politicians will probably have to completely recalibrate the rules of engagement as far as politics in Kashmir is concerned, Deepthi. It's going to be a very, very turbulent week, this one.
Oh, absolutely. And not to forget, there's so many questions still being asked, not just about, I think a lot of this politics these layers of a lot of these messaging, Shiv, that has come of late when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir, the politics. Remember when the elections happened, there were a lot of people who questioned why should we even have elections. So I think everyone now needs to sit together to ensure that we not just never forgive, we not just never forget, we never let a thing like this happen ever again. We never get a handle to even elements in the rogue state called Pakistan. But clearly, that is a discussion that we'll continue to keep having on our screens. Our multiple images right now, what's happened post the attack. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah was there in the next 16 hours at that very spot, Shiv, where you've seen that attack, that dastardly attack taking place. But 26 plus lives are lost. And all these are not just body bags. These are not just figures.
Absolutely. And all of these images depicting the Home Minister in only the way that he is used to, conducting all of this firsthand, being with those families, searing images of their agony, with the Home Minister in Pahalgam, taking stock and visiting them, and, the survivors in the hospital as well. In fact, we've spoken to some of those families, and I want to play out those for you. And then Deepthi and I are going to get you perhaps the most painful image of the day. Listen to the families first.
The families are absolutely distraught, to say the least, because this has come as an absolute shocker. They didn't expect, because videos of celebration of family spending some time together, photographs, these were being circulated on social media, and all of a sudden a call comes in where they've said that this tragedy has occurred. People have lost their lives. From Shimoga, 47-year-old realtor Manjunath loses his life. He had gone there to celebrate with his son and his wife because he had done...
Defense Minister Rajnath Singh is speaking live. Let's listen in, just ahead of the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting.
और हम सिर्फ उन लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है। हम उन तक भी पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने पर्दे के पीछे बैठकर हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ऐसी नापाक हरकतों की साजिशें रची हैं। भारत एक इतनी पुरानी सभ्यता और इतना बड़ा देश है जिसको ऐसे किसी भी आतंकी गतिविधियों से किसी भी सूरत में डराया नहीं जा सकता। ऐसी हरकतों का जिम्मेदार और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा। मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं। साथियों, आज आप लोगों ने जो आयोजन किया है उसमें सबसे पहले मैं मार्शल ऑफ द इंडियन फोर्स अर्जन सिंह जी की स्मृति को नमन करता हूं और उनको अपनी हार्दिक श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं। मुझे यह जानकर अच्छा लगा कि आप सभी उनकी स्मृति में यह कार्यक्रम प्रतिवर्ष करते हैं। अपनी बात प्रारंभ करने से पहले मैं भारतीय वायुसेना को उनके अदम्य साहस और पराक्रम के लिए हार्दिक बधाई देता हूं। जिस प्रकार से वायुसेना भारत की सुरक्षा में तत्पर है, उसे देखकर हर भारतवासी अपने को गौरवान्वित महसूस करता है और निश्चिंत रहता है। हमें इस बात का संतोष रहता है कि आपकी छाया में हमारा पूरा देश सुरक्षित है। मेरी ईश्वर से प्रार्थना है कि आपका शौर्य इसी प्रकार आसमान की ऊंचाइयों को छूता रहे। आज आपने जो यहाँ पर चर्चा के लिए, बातचीत के लिए विषय रखा है, ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन ऑफ द इंडियन फोर्स, मैं समझता हूँ कि यह विषय न केवल हमारी एयरफोर्स की अब तक की पूरी यात्रा को अपने भीतर समेटता है, बल्कि आने वाले समय में इसकी भूमिका को और सशक्त करने के डिस्कोर्स को भी हमारे सामने रखता है। ऐसे कंटेम्प्रोरी और रेलेवेंट टॉपिक के सिलेक्शन के लिए भी मैं आप सबको बधाई देता हूं। साथियों, आज मैं खुद को गौरवान्वित महसूस कर रहा हूं कि मुझे ऐसे ऐतिहासिक व्यक्तित्व के बारे में अपनी बात रखने का अवसर आप सबने दिया है। यह हम सबका सौभाग्य है कि अर्जन सिंह जी जैसे विजनरी।
So that was the Raksha Mantri, Rajnath Singh, Deepthi, delivering the Marshal of the Indian Air Force, Arjun Singh Memorial Lecture. What a day for that lecture. He obviously predated it and began it with that strong message on Pahalgam. Important words. These are not just placeholders. He said, we are not just going after the people who perpetrated the attack, but those sitting behind the parda, and you know what that means.
And that
means
sternness
Pakistan.
in his voice,
Yeah.
I mean, you must not miss that. And the fact that you've heard the Home Minister, you've heard the Prime Minister saying this is an evil design, and now Rajnath Singh, Shiv, talking about पर्दे के पीछे कौन ये सब कर रहा है, उसको ज़रूर सामने लाया जाएगा. This again is a clear indictment of Pakistan. But the point is that Pakistan itself, Shiv, right now has pushed itself into a corner of irrelevance where no one is wanting to talk about Pakistan at all. But on our screens, like we've said, there's the other side of the story. Apart from the response, what New Delhi is going to be doing right now, Shiv, and that is where I want you to describe these very, very powerful but images that break us down, but images also that make our resolve even stronger.
When a terrorist attack happens, when a national tragedy of this kind happens, you are going to see heartbreaking images on the hour. They're constantly coming in from the site and the families. But I want every one of our millions of viewers to focus on this image for just a moment. Be with us as we dwell on these images for just a moment. The woman on your screen in that iconic image, kneeling beside the lifeless body of her husband of just 4 days, Navy officer Lieutenant Narwal, is Himanshi Narwal, the newly wedded wife of Lieutenant Narwal. They got married on the 19th of April, Deepthi. 19th of April in Karnal. 4 days ago, they were on their honeymoon in Pahalgam. She was kneeling down beside his body, and today, that is her over his coffin. That is Himanshi Narwal. I want you to listen to Himanshi Narwal today. It is really incredible, Deepthi. It's difficult to describe. There are no words really to describe what these images really radiate. The courage, the grief, the agony, the anger, the disbelief, the shock of a young woman in her 20s, Himanshi Narwal, who had just begun life 4 days ago with her new husband, Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, a lieutenant with the Indian Navy, a serving military officer. They were holidaying. Life was just about to begin for them as a couple. They were holidaying there, and that is his body. We've blurred it out of respect. That is an image that is emblazoned across newspaper front pages today. Everybody is going to remember her. In fact, Gurpreet Chinna is with us from Karnal, and he has friends and family members of the Narwal family who were celebrating their wedding just 4 days ago. It's just so unbelievable that we're even talking about the fact that the wedding happened so recently. Gurpreet, the family, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to ask. What is the situation in the Narwal household right now?
Well, first of all, I request my camera person to show all these visuals. Since morning, we have seen a lot of our family members as well as the friends. They had come to just share their grief. We have seen even Haryana speaker. He has also come, and he had also made the Chief Minister of Haryana to talk to the family members, especially grandfather of this lieutenant who has lost his life in this terror attack. Some of the family members, they are with us. We will talk to them. So we have seen this is the huge loss to the family. ये बहुत बड़ा loss है family को जो पूरा नहीं हो सकता. लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं अभी भी उनके दादाजी से भी बात हो रही थी. वो कह रहे थे कि अब समय आ गया है कि जवाब देना चाहिए, लेसन देना चाहिए.
नहीं, ये तो अब तो देखो टाइम आ चुका है, बहुत हो गया. आप देखो ना, वर्ल्ड के अंदर भी कोई कहीं भी किसी भी देश पे थोड़ा, आप इजराइल का लो उदाहरण. इजराइल में तो भी उनके आदमी इतने मारे तो उन्होंने आप देश ही ख़त्म कर दिया एक. अब मतलब हम तो ये नहीं चाहते भाई पूरा उनका देश पाकिस्तान का. पीओके ले ले अपना, पीओके अब ले जाओगे तो एक वर्ल्ड लेवल का इंडियन बहुत प्रभाव पड़ेगा. जैसे बांग्लादेश अलग बना था तो तो एक अटैक और उन पे हो जाए तो बहुत ज़बरदस्त पीओ को लेके एक बफर स्टॉक बन जाए। इधर किसी के आने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं है। जो बीच में इतना बड़ा एरिया होगा वहीं पे टेररिस्ट ख़त्म हो जाएंगे। और ये अब प्रेशर है देश की जनता का भाई, कश्मीर में जब भी कोई भी डेवलपमेंट होती है, अब पीक पे था सीजन, तकरीबन टूरिस्ट ऑल इंडिया वर्ल्ड से जाते हैं क्योंकि अच्छा प्लेस है, मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड है, तो सभी होते हैं क्योंकि अच्छा माहौल भी है, घाटी है एक किस्म से। वो पहाड़ पे उत्तराखंड जाओ, वो जाओ, ऐसी प्लेन घाटी नहीं मिलती जो कश्मीर में है।
तो इस बार जो टूरिस्ट प्लेस पे हुआ है यहाँ पे पहलगाम में, कह रहे हैं कि पहले ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं हुआ, लेकिन टूरिस्ट प्लेस को टारगेट किया गया। और विनय वहाँ पे हनीमून पे गया था कुछ समय पहले, शादी हुई 16 को शादी हुई, उसके बाद रिसेप्शन पार्टी हुई 19 को, उसके बाद वहाँ पे गया। तो क्या लगता है कि कोई ऐसा एक्शन लेना चाहिए सरकार को ताकि पूरा इसमें लोगों को पता चले कि एक्शन हुआ?
बिल्कुल जी, सरकार को तुरंत ये एक्शन लेना चाहिए और कि आगे से ये आतंकवाद का जो सिस्टम है ख़त्म होना चाहिए। जो पीओके में जो ये आतंकवादी जो संगठन बैठे हुए हैं, तो वहाँ पे इनको जाके सरकार को, मैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ कि जो वहाँ पे संगठन बैठे हैं तो उनको अटैक करके, और ये पीओके है ये इंडिया के अंदर ही आना चाहिए, जिससे कि आतंकवाद ख़त्म होगा। आज जो ये काम हुआ है बहुत दर्दनाक हुआ है काम है, ये आतंकवाद जो है बहुत ही दर्दनाक हुआ है, इसके हमें ख़त्म होना चाहिए आतंकवाद।
So, these are the sentiments of the family members, and emotions are very high at this point of time. They say this is the time to teach them a lesson, and the way this terrorist attack had been carried out by these terrorists, it is highly condemnable. I'll request my Vijay to show all these visuals. We have seen Navy officer, they have also starting coming to the place of Vinay Narwal. We have seen some of the officers, they had already reached here, and they are explaining to the family how they are going to follow the protocols of specifically the Navy unit. So as of now, what we have seen, they want that there is a high time the lesson should be given to those who had carried out attack in Pahalgam. Back to studio.
Right, Gurpreet, they're in conversation with the family and the loved ones of, Shiv, all these moments are so very difficult. I think even as a reporter, even, when we look at these images from our studio, you realize that you can't even fathom what these families really are going through. But at the same point, the government there needs to do that tightrope walk of balancing these emotions. You're hearing families saying, we want to exact a revenge. Pakistan needs to pay a price. But on the other side, you clearly need to remember that there has to be a response, there has to be a consequence, a price that has to be set on what has happened, because every life that has been lost cannot just be a statistic, it cannot just be a body bag, it cannot just be another image that you see on your screen. And in fact, I was reading that the mother of, the late Narwal there was not even aware that the only son is no more. She was still distributing sweets in Karnal. That is the extent of the grief there.
I can tell you, Deepthi, that, in deaths in such cases, it is very common for the mother to be given the news many hours later, maybe a couple of days later also, not uncommon at all. And all we can really do at this point is offer our solidarity, our condolences, and pray for their peace. I mean, a family that has gone from joyous celebration to a funeral in a matter of 96 hours is something we should all truly dwell upon today, and that is our message to Himanshi Narwal and the rest of her family. But remember, as Deepthi and I have been telling you, this is a story that happened, this is an incident, this is a massacre that happened in Pahalgam, a hill station high up in the Anantnag hills of Jammu and Kashmir, and most people in India would consider that to be distant, far away, remote, not really connected with anything to do with their daily lives. But if you look at the 26 victims, Deepthi, they come from all across the country. From Karnataka, from Assam, from Bengal,
Telangana,
from Maharashtra, from Telangana. In fact, Umar Sudhir is with us from Hyderabad. There were two families affected there, Manish and Madhusudan. Grief in every part of the country, making this a truly national tragedy. Umar, the grief, the shock, the pain, the agony, making way now for the logistical, questions of the bodies arriving back in their hometowns. What's the very latest on the both of them?
Like you were mentioning, Shiv, the country is not going to forget that image of Vinay Nariwal and his widow of, after a marriage of hardly 7 days, and then her crying over that coffin, her sitting on that ground in Pahalgam where her husband had been shot dead just as they were eating bhel puri, and just a matter of few seconds and this marriage was over, and that is something that the country is not going to forget. So coming from that element of shock, anguish, and coming to terms with that grief, and now demanding a befitting reply, that's what the entire country is doing as they stand in solidarity with the central government as well. Like you mentioned, Manish Ranjan, who was another young man who was shot dead. He had gone there along with his wife and 2 young children, and he was shot dead in front of the 3 of them, and his body is being taken to Sasaram in Bihar, where his family resides and where he was a native of. The other 2, people who had gone from the Telugu states, one is Chandramouli, a 70-year-old, very, very enthusiastic travel enthusiast who had gone along with his wife, Nagamani, and 4 others to Pahalgam. And in fact, they were staying at Srinagar, and, they had done Gulmarg the previous day and then going to Pahalgam. And that is when, yesterday in the afternoon is when the wife had called her brother and reported that her husband had gone missing. There seemed to have been a terror attack and he had gone missing, and subsequently they discovered that Chandramouli had also been shot dead, and they are the family is expecting the mortal remains to be brought later tonight to Visakhapatnam in Andhra Pradesh. The third case of Madhusudan, again from Andhra Pradesh, Kavali in Andhra Pradesh, someone who was working with IBM as a senior architect in Bengaluru, and he along with his wife and son had gone to Kashmir for a short holiday. And even in this case, like you were mentioning, both the parents, we are told, have not yet been told about the death of their son. And this is something that no one can come to terms with. But yes, there have been strong reactions from the Chief Minister, the Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, and from Nara Lokesh as well. And Pawan Kalyan, in fact, talking about saying that at this dark hour, we remain resolute and Bharat's unity cannot be broken by terror. I have full faith that our leadership will respond with strength and purpose to ensure justice prevails and such atrocities never occur again. Together, we will overcome. Together, we will heal and united against terror is what he's saying in his tweet. And then you have Nara Lokesh, who's saying that this dastardly act of violence must not go unpunished. And I'm sure Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah will teach an unforgettable lesson to the perpetrators of this heinous crime. Terror has no place in a civilized society. So the entire country, in a sense, looking forward to that very critical meeting that is to happen later this evening. And of course, Chandrababu Naidu, given his experience in a more tempered voice, saying that acts of terror are a stain on society, and these history shows that terrorism and violence have never achieved anything. And he is once again reiterating that they stand in solidarity with the Prime Minister and with the Union government to safeguard the nation's sovereignty and in the response to terrorism with firm and decisive action. And those responsible for this heinous act must be dealt with severely. Something that echoes the sentiments of people across the country. Back to you.
Absolutely. I think Uma summed this very well and, very effectively, because when you meet these families, Shiv, and I'm sure you've also done that on multiple occasions, you realize that you're at a loss of words. Every such tragedy, if this does not wake us up, we don't know what will. You're looking at these numbers, staggering figures, where civilian casualties have touched that higher number.
Yeah.
And like you mentioned, almost every state, every nook and corner, every city right now is so connected with this story, because people say enough is enough. When it comes to Pakistan, you cannot be giving a long rope to the wrong state again and again. But like I said, it's a tightrope walk happening right now between what options New Delhi can really exercise, and there is definitely going to be a response, versus a lot of these stories, a lot of that anger today that goes out. And moving in from Telangana, let's also switch our focus to Assam, because that has also not been untouched by this tragedy. We've also seen Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Chief Minister, earlier tweeting about this and saying his condolences do go out to the entire families who've lost their loved ones today. We also have Ratandeep, who's joining us live, and he's been in conversation with those who've lost their loved ones. Ratandeep, what is it that we've been able to understand from, a lot of these grieving families? I don't know what to ask them. What do we, go and tell them? All that they need right now is some bit of assurance that something like this will never ever be repeated again.
And before Ratnadeep answers that, just to remind our viewers, Deepthi, that Corporal Tage Hailyang is the second services personnel, second military personnel killed in this terror attack in Pahalgam. Vinay Narwal of the Indian Navy and Corporal Tage Hailyang of the Indian Air Force. He's an air warrior, and his body is also heading back to Arunachal Pradesh via Guwahati. Okay. Before we go to Ratnadeep, we've got a news break coming in from Vishnu Shom, who's got an update from the Ministry of Defence. Vishnu, ahead of that cabinet committee on security, some very, very hard talk from the Raksha Mantri.
That's right. Hard talk from Defence Minister Rajnath Singh on record. These are the strongest words, the strongest statements made by any Indian leader since the Pahalgam terror attack. Rajnath Singh has said India will respond shortly to the attack. India will respond in a finite period of time. This is the most direct statement he's made. India threatening direct retaliation. He says that the attackers and their masters who hide behind curtains will be targeted. The Defence Minister quite clearly going on the offensive. India is an ancient nation. We will not be scared of terrorism. India will take each and every necessary and appropriate step. I'm going to repeat the key part. We will not only reach those who attacked, we will also reach those who hid behind a curtain to carry out this conspiracy against India. His next sentence, or the one after that, is where he says that this will be carried out in a finite period of time. We are united in the face of terror. We have a zero tolerance policy. Shiv.
And when you say that, Vishnu, clearly, we are not just building up to the CCS, but considering that what happened after Pulwama, clearly there is some, understanding when it goes to Pakistan that no matter what, no matter of any amount of proof that you put out, Vishnu, this is a Pakistan that lives in plausible deniability. Now, considering that, what is it that could be on the table? What is it that we could be discussing, and also keeping in mind that this is an India, a new India, that does not have patience as the answer to every problem like this?
Well, this is a statement which seems to indicate that India may be veering towards military action. The statements made by Rajnath Singh extremely strong. We have that soundbite coming up in just the next little while from now. He said this in a public gathering. He said this to Air Force officers. This was broadcast as well. It's out on the internet. We've all felt that the options for India were essentially limited given the nature of the attack and the fact that it's been horrific. An attack on civilians, tourists, 26 dead, 16 to 17 injured. But now, in this statement, it appears that India is already veering towards military options. Now, what those military options are is something that we can only speculate about. I would suggest that that's something we will do ultimately, because we are getting into that scenario. But I think we as a nation need to be prepped for what appears to be a very direct response from India to this horrific terror attack.
Was some perspective, since the Raksha Mantri has used the word "we will respond shortly." Just for some context, in 2016, after the Uri attack, India's response came 11 days later, and after the Pulwama attack, India's response came 12 days later. So, is that something to think about? I agree completely with Vishnu. This is not the time to second guess any of these numbers right now. It is entirely the prerogative of the government. The principle of time and place of India's choosing needs to be held paramount at this point of time, because ultimately it is the government to whom we have entrusted the task of responding, and therefore it is up to them. The CCS meeting, which Vishnu will be tracking at 6 p.m, is going to perhaps throw up some details, Deepthi, about what's going to happen. Vishnu, we will come back to you. Let's play out for you what the Raksha Mantri actually said in that speech, the most direct message to all Indians.
आतंकवादियों द्वारा किए गए कायरतापूर्ण हमले में हमारे देश ने अनेक निर्दोष नागरिकों को खोया है। इस घोर अमानवीय कृत्य से हम सभी गहरे शोक और दर्द में हैं। सबसे पहले मैं उन सभी परिवारों के प्रति अपनी गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने अपने प्रियजनों को खोया है। टेररिज्म के खिलाफ हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी है। भारत का एक एक नागरिक इस कायरतापूर्ण हरकत के खिलाफ एकजुट है। मैं इस मंच से देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करता हूं, घटना के मद्देनजर भारत सरकार वो हर कदम उठाएगी जो जरूरी और उपयुक्त होगा। और हम सिर्फ उन लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है, हम उन तक भी पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने पर्दे के पीछे बैठकर हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ऐसी नापाक हरकतों की साजिशें रची हैं। ऐसी हरकतों का जिम्मेदार और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा। मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं।
All right, so we've just heard that statement again that has been made by the Raksha Mantri. I'm told Vishnu has another quick update for us. Vishnu?
I think it's that last statement, Shiv and Deepti, which we need to reflect on.
Yes.
You know, it's lost in translation slightly in English, but when you hear it in Hindi, as we just did, he said very clearly that there is an imminent response. I would rephrase what I said earlier. India's response to this act of terror is imminent. That's what the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has said. And I think, again, reflecting on what Shiv said, in the case of Balakot, it took a little under 2 weeks. The government, the forces will decide when the time is right. We don't even know if the response is going to necessarily be military, but it does appear that we are veering towards a military option in a finite period of time.
Remember that, you know, in the multi-calibrated and multi-level approach and consideration on the table before the government right now, Deepti, as Vishnu said, the military aspect is only going to be one of it. There will be, what will be bearing down on the government right now is not only to take action, but to be seen by the world to be taking action. You know, the one thing that is definitely off the table is to let things pass. That's not going to happen. From the Prime Minister in his tweet earlier today after arriving, to what the Home Minister said, to what Vishnu is now breaking here on NDTV from the Raksha Mantri in his speech, it is very clear that they are not mincing their words, that response is on their mind, action is on their mind. You know, a retaliation, you know, there are many words we can use for what's going to happen, but it's going to happen at many different levels. And also this sense of expectation that we feel about what that response is also a little premature in my view, because that response has already actually begun. The diplomatic machinery is already kicked into force. You know, multiple ministries are framing action points about what can be done as far as Pakistan is concerned. And what the CCS will be talking about is the, you know, perhaps the kinetic action, the actual armed forces action that could potentially be taken in a very short period of time. So these are difficult times, these are uncertain times. Combat could be in the air right now, and no loose talk is going to you know, serve any purpose right now, because this is a deadly serious issue as far as India is concerned, Deepti.
Oh yes, and you cannot afford to be ambiguous in a situation like this, which is, I think, absolutely clear. And knowing this government, Shiv, and knowing how it operates, the very fact that Pakistan has been given a long rope for the longest time, there clearly is going to be a response, but like I think we've understood that you are looking at the government already in a conversation, already perhaps discussing a plan. But like I said, multiple layers to the story, there are multiple faces to this. These are earlier images of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah when he rushed, remember, to Srinagar just about late last evening. And earlier, he's met with the grieving families who've lost their loved ones, who just came there for a holiday, just for a holiday. They had absolutely no idea of a lot of their loved ones going back today in coffin bags. And one of them, the story that we were just talking about earlier, and apologies, we just had to cut Randeep's shot earlier. But Randeep, you can, you know, add to what more we already know in terms of the response, in terms of the expectations, in terms of what we all as a country, as a nation today are feeling.
Absolutely. In fact, across Northeast India, there have been protests, there have been silent protests, that visuals we have played out on NDTV in different parts of Assam, Tripura. But perhaps there is absolutely shock and grief in lower Subansiri district of Arunachal Pradesh, the district headquarters of Zero, because one of its, you know, son of the soil, Corporal Tage Hailiang, who is no more. He has also lost his life among all the other tourists. He was working with the Indian Air Force posted in Srinagar itself for close to 2 years, over 2 years now, and his wife was there with him, and they had gone out for a short holiday to Pahalgam, to that particular location where the incident took place, and unfortunately he lost his life. In fact, his body, his mortal remains are being transported from Srinagar to Guwahati, and since the mortal remains are reaching late, Indian Air Force has made arrangements for airlifting the mortal remains to Zero. Remember, there is an advanced landing ground there in Zero in Lower Subansiri district, so Indian Air Force choppers, Mi-17 choppers are ready at Guwahati airport. But since night time, flying is little problematic at times in Arunachal Pradesh, given the terrain, and also there are rains which are happening every now and then in that particular stretch of the valley. So therefore, alternative arrangements in terms of taking the mortal remains all the way from Guwahati to Zero, in case the chopper sortie does not take place, have been also made, but that travel would take about 8 to 9 hours. But both the Assam government and Arunachal Pradesh government has coordinated with Indian Air Force. Indian Air Force has put out a tweet. They've lost a brave air warrior. In fact, I did speak to his brother, who is also in the services posted in J&K, who is there with the body now. And he did tell me that there is a huge sense of loss for him. His brother is no more, and his wife actually, Corporal Tage's wife, actually lost consciousness when this entire episode unfolded in front of her, when she lost her husband. In fact, a short while from now, we'll be also able to play some of the sound bites coming in from the family members in Zero. Remember, it's a very remote place, so therefore it took some time for us to touch base. In fact, I did speak to one of his uncle, who clearly said that very recently he has been transferred from Srinagar to Dibrugarh, which is in Assam, which is closer to his hometown in Arunachal Pradesh. So he was happy that his next posting would be somewhere in northeast, closer to home, but he could not really come back home. His body is now coming back home.
Ratnadeep, keep tracking that. We'll keep coming back to you. Many airlifts have already begun to take the mortal remains back to their hometowns. The funerals and the last rites will be taking place over today, tomorrow, and the rest of this week. Some of the places like Corporal Haglang's area in Zero in Arunachal Pradesh are remote, so it'll take a while to actually reach there. But these are moments of grim determination and unbelievable grief. We're going to take a quick break. On the other side, Deepthi and I are going to show you what that war cabinet actually looks like. Many of you will be wondering what the Cabinet Committee on Security is composed of. Who are the people who are going to be sitting with our Prime Minister and deciding and inputting in that meeting about what India's response is going to look like? We'll cut that down and show it to you right after this break. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims?
Welcome back. So this is our non-stop rolling coverage of a story that has moved the entire country, a story that has numbed all of us, a story that is also raising a lot more questions, a story that will be reaching a finality, Shiv, only once we do know how is New Delhi wanting to respond to what has been the most dastardly, cowardly attack by the rogue state Pakistan. 26 lives have been lost. Innocents have been targeted. These were tourists. These were civilians.
That is
so
correct.
Pakistan clearly crossing that red line. What do we do next?
Many red lines have been crossed in the last 24 hours, and as the build-up to that Cabinet Committee on Security meeting takes place right now, the biggest operational huddle by the Prime Minister and the security establishment will be taking place in the national capital, the effects of which will be understood at a later date. We don't know what that is, and we don't want to speculate or conjecture. That is the prerogative of the government. We will report, we will ask the hard questions here on NDTV. Remember, the impact and the tragedy from Pahalgam is in all parts of the country, in different states, and we've got lots of reactions coming in from chief ministers of those states. Listen in.
Sayyid Adil Hussain Shah is one of the 26 innocent people who are killed by terrorists in this horrific attack. And Chief Minister Omar Abdullah came to attend his last rites here at Hapatnar in Pahalgam. Umar Sahab, you clearly appear to be very upset.
Look, what else would one feel? 26 innocent people, 25 guests of ours, and one poor person who was there trying to earn an honest living. They were brutally gunned down in the most horrific manner, and no words of condemnation are enough for this attack. Obviously, this is an unprecedented attack for us. We have never seen tourists targeted like this. One local, Adil, was killed because reports are that he actually tried to come in the way and stop innocent people being killed. Apparently, he even might have tried to snatch one of the weapons, and that's why he was targeted in this attack. Most unfortunate, but obviously there will have to be lessons learned from this, and let's see what we do.
You yesterday had meeting with the Home Minister along with other top officials. What was discussed broadly?
I won't get into specifics because anyway, this is, security and law and order in a union territory is the responsibility of the Lieutenant Governor. So it won't be appropriate for me to talk about security. At the moment, we're dealing with the fallout, the humanitarian fallout, trying to ensure that the bodies of those who were killed are repatriated to their homes as quickly as possible. We're also trying to ensure that those tourists who want to leave, because there's now a mass exodus of tourists from the valley, they're able to leave. In fact, reports suggest that even yatris who had come to Mata Vaishno Devi, they are also in a hurry to leave. So we're making arrangements for those people who want to leave to be able to leave safely. After this, whatever we can do secure areas, we'll work with the government and see what has to be done.
I saw today there's across Kashmir, rather Jammu and Kashmir, there's complete shutdown. Even from mosques, appeals were made that there should be shut down and protests against this. In Pahalgam, I saw large number of people coming out denouncing.
I think the two things in this attack are unprecedented. One, we have never seen tourists attack like this, but also we have never had a situation where after a militant attack, people have voluntarily come forward and shut down.
And first shutdown across.
First time ever that a shutdown has happened after a militant attack.
Mm-hmm. So this evening, Prime Minister is also chairing the Cabinet Committee on Security. Do you think it is going to escalate that way?
I can't say. That's for the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Committee on Security to decide.
But on the ground, you feel that this is a setback for the larger
Of course,
peace
it's a setback. Of course, it's a setback. It's a setback for normalcy. It's a setback for peace. It's a setback for Jammu and Kashmir.
ಮತ್ತೆ ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ there is a intelligence failure ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸ್ ಫೈಲು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಇದು ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆನ್ಸು ಫೇಲ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಅವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಂದೆನೂ ಕೂಡ ಗುಲಾಮ ಇದಾಗಿತ್ತು, ಮತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಉಗ್ರರ ದಾಳಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವೈಫಲ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನು ಈ ದಾಳಿ ನೋಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೂ ವಿಚಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
जम्मू कश्मीर में जो टेरर अटैक हुआ उनका मैं गोवा सरकार की तरफ से और गोवा के लोगों की तरफ से मैं निषेध करता हूं। और जिस तरह से धर्म के आधार पर नाम पूछ के गोली चलाना, इसका तो मैं इस तरह का आतंकवाद भारत देश कभी सह नहीं करेगा। हम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इस टेरर अटैक के खिलाफ उनका जवाब देंगे, इनको शिक्षा मिलेंगी। और गोवा सरकार पूरे जम्मू और कश्मीर के लोगों के साथ है जिनकी फैमिलीज का डिमाइस हुआ और जो लोग इंजर्ड हुए हैं उनको जल्दी से जल्दी रिकवरी हो, बस यही मैं प्रार्थना करता हूँ।
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand.
26 tourists have been killed in cold blood in Kashmir's Pahalgam. The mortal remains of those killed are being brought back to their states, their hometowns. Navy officer Vinay Narwal's wife says her final goodbye to her husband. The Indian agencies earlier have released sketches of terrorists who mercilessly killed 26 tourists in Kashmir's Pahalgam. Hunt for these terrorists is still on. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah has sent out a strong message where he says, and allow me to quote, Bharat will not bend to terror. He also says culprits will not be spared. He earlier was at the terror spot. The Prime Minister is expected to chair the all-important cabinet meeting security at 6 this evening. India's response to Pakistan's evil attack will possibly be on the table.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Basudha Venugopal.
This is the last word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and centre, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaroop, only on NDTV 24/7.
Back to our non-stop rolling coverage of a story that has moved the entire country, and we join the entire country in paying our tributes to those who've lost their loved ones. We've earlier also seen the Apex Court and their judges paying their rich tributes to the family of those who've lost their loved ones. There was also a 2-minute silence observed in their remembrance, and the top court also realized that this cannot be the new normal.
जो हादसा हुआ है पहलगाम में, ये बुज़दिलों के द्वारा आक्रामक तरीके से बेकसूर लोगों की जान लेना अपने आप में एक बहुत भारी इंसानियत के खिलाफ साजिश भी है और कत्लेआम भी है। और ऐसे लोग इंसानियत को कत्ल करते हैं, बेचारे बेकसूर लोगों को कत्ल करते हैं, और इसमें खमियाजा भुगतना पड़ेगा। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि हमारी सरकार इसमें कदम उठाएगी।
In today's interconnected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. From geopolitics and diplomacy to economic shifts, migrations,
and India's most prominent citizens are also part of India's reaction. Shah Rukh Khan, famous actor, expressing condolences, says words fail to express the sadness and anger, treachery and inhumane act of violence. I pray for the families. May we as a nation stand united and strong, is what Shah Rukh Khan has said. Many more celebrities from the film world have also reacted. And our coverage continues right here on NDTV. Remember, the Cabinet Committee on Security, all-important decision-making body, will be convening in less than an hour from now. Live updates right in the build-up. Stay with us.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India. It matters to India.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh goes on the offensive, says attackers and their masters will be targeted. He says the reply will be given very soon.
और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा। मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं।
Prime Minister Modi to chair a crucial cabinet meeting on security at 6 p.m. India's response to Pak's evil attack to be gauged. 26 tourists killed in cold blood in Kashmir's Pahalgam. Mortal remains of those killed being brought back to respective states. Navy officer Vinay Narwal's wife says her final goodbye to her husband. Indian agencies have released the sketches of terrorists who mercilessly killed 26 people in Kashmir's Pahalgam. The hunt for the terrorist is on. Union Home Minister Amit Shah sends out a strong message, says Bharat will not bend to terror and culprits will not be spared. He's visited the terror spot Pahalgam. US Vice President J.D. Vance has offered his condolences to the people of Kashmir. He says US will provide all assistance to India at this hour.
I want to just, of course, issue our condolences to the people of Kashmir who were affected by this terrible terrorist attack. And obviously, we're providing whatever assistance and help we can provide to the government, to the people of India.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahel. India will never forgive and forget. It's a message that's loud and clear, and the perpetrators of the Pahalgam attack must know that India will not spare them. The Pakistan deep state that's responsible for the brutal killing of 26 innocent tourists will be given a befitting response. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has said that India will respond in a finite period of time and that the attackers and their masters will be hunted down. It's a big statement coming in from the Defense Minister Rajnath Singh just a day after this barbaric attack took place in Pahalgam in Kashmir yesterday, where the crucial CCS meeting will also take place at 6 p.m. today, and India is expected to decide on its response to the terror attack in Pahalgam. Meanwhile, the mortal remains of those killed in the attack are being brought back to their respective states. Tourists from Maharashtra, Karnataka, Gujarat, Haryana who had gone to Kashmir for vacationing, they lost their lives in this brutal attack. These visuals also of Indian Navy officer Vinay Narwal's wife Himanshi Narwal. She lost her husband in Pahalgam. They got married just last week. 8 days ago, the couple got married, and her husband was killed in front of her eyes. Well, she said her final goodbye to her husband, and this now also is a time when everybody is looking at the response from India. How India is going to pay Pak back in the same coin. What kind of a response is expected, that of course remains to be seen. But we understand Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has given out this message loud and clear that the attackers and their masters also will be hunted down, and we will give a befitting response to the perpetrators of this attack. Listen in.
आतंकवादियों द्वारा किए गए कायरतापूर्ण हमले में हमारे देश ने अनेक निर्दोष नागरिकों को खोया है। इस घोर अमानवीय कृत्य से हम सभी गहरे शोक और दर्द में हैं। सबसे पहले मैं उन सभी परिवारों के प्रति अपनी गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने अपने प्रियजनों को खोया है। टेररिज्म के खिलाफ हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी है। भारत का एक एक नागरिक इस कायरतापूर्ण हरकत के खिलाफ एकजुट है। मैं इस मंच से देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करता हूं, घटना के मद्देनजर भारत सरकार वो हर कदम उठाएगी जो जरूरी और उपयुक्त होगा। और हम सिर्फ उन लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है, हम उन तक भी पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने पर्दे के पीछे बैठकर हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ऐसी नापाक हरकतों की साजिशें रची हैं। ऐसी हरकतों का जिम्मेदार और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा। मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं।
Well, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who is also going to be a part of the CCS that's going to take place in an hour from now, and that is the meeting, that's the crucial meeting that's going to happen, in which we understand Prime Minister Modi is going to chair it. It is going to be decided how India is going to respond to this brutal, merciless attack on our people in Kashmir's Pahalgam. All lines have been crossed. There isn't anything that can be said and done in order to take this back. What has happened is something that wasn't really expected. 26 lives have been lost, and nobody would have imagined that a day like this would come. And this despite the kind of response that India has given earlier to Pakistan when it came to the Pulwama attack, the Uri attack. And once again, we stand at the same position. And India, of course, is looking to give a tough response to Pakistan that they are never going to forget. This is something that has happened that India is never going to forget. Well, we are going to remember this for our lives. And we understand now a lot of reactions as they've been coming in. Defense Minister has definitely made it clear. The Home Minister, Prime Minister also has said that the perpetrators of this attack won't go spared. Well, they won't be spared. This is what the centre has made it clear. We also have reactions coming in. Well, Union Minister Gajendra Shekhawat also has spoken to NDTV. There are many tourists who are still in Kashmir. They want to come back. What the centre is really doing in order to provide support and assistance to them, this is what Union Minister Gajendra Shekhawat has spoken about. Listen in.
Union Minister for Culture and Tourism, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, is with me. So thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. It's a sad day for the country. It's India is mourning. What sort of guidelines had been issued for the tourists who had been stranded there in Jammu and Kashmir after Pahalgam terror attacks?
Thousands of tourists, which they were there in Jammu and Kashmir yesterday, and after the tragic incidents of the yesterday, where many people have lost their lives. Because of the fear, suspect, many of the people wish to come back and return by cancelling their trips and tours. To ensure the safe travels and to ensure the convenience in the to the return travelers, the Civil Aviation Ministry have also taken this task. They have instructed, they are in touch with the airline operators to ensure that a sufficient number of air tickets and aircrafts are being made available. And simultaneously, we have also requested the OTT platforms and the platform handlers to ensure that the unnecessary cost should not be imposed upon the tourists who are cancelling their trips and their bookings, to ensure the minimum cancellation charges or waiving of the cancellation charges is to be taken care of.
So lastly, your message to the tourists over there in Jammu and Kashmir is tended, because tourism remains the sector which helped Jammu and Kashmir economy to grow.
So it is really a very critical for the state of Jammu Kashmir, because that is the largest contributor of economy of state of Jammu and Kashmir. I would request, though it's a tragic incident, though it's a scary incident, but still, this is a standalone incident. Please don't make any panic, and be assured that the entire government under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi ji is standing behind them. They are safe, they will be safe, they will be taken, their safety will be taken care with the utmost priority. So don't make any panic. All possible arrangements are being made and government is working toward.
Union Tourism Minister Gajendra Shekhawat speaking exclusively to NDTV, saying that he's given directions to the airlines as well, hotels, tour operators, to allow people who want to come back and want to get their refund, to give them that, and to make sure that they are given all support and assistance from their side. Well, the Union Minister also said that the Government of India stands with the people at this difficult hour, and all sort of necessary support and help that is required will be provided to the people of Kashmir. Well, those visuals also coming in of, we understand the mortal remains also are being brought back of those who are killed in this dastardly attack. We have my colleague Anuj also joining us from the Mumbai airport. These visuals also coming in from Mumbai. We understand also Aishwarya is with us. He is getting us more on the key meeting that's going to take place in an hour from now. Anuj, if I could come to you first. These are visuals coming in from Mumbai. We understand 6 tourists from Maharashtra, including from Mumbai and Pune, were killed in this cowardly attack in Pahalgam. Their mortal remains are being brought back.
There are 6 deceased from Maharashtra, 1 from Panvel, 2 from Pune, and 3 from Dombivli. And 2 out of these 6 individuals' mortal remains have been brought here. We've seen that there have been a number of ministers who had already come here, ever since the preparations were on. They've been given the responsibility of taking care, by the government. But the 2 mortal remains which have come here is of Sanjay Lele from Dombivli and Dilip Desle from Panvel. Whereas there are other, only 1 mortal remain has left this particular airport as of now, and that is of Dilip Desle. That Minister Dada Bhuse, Prashant Thakur, who is the local MLA from there, accompanied the mortal remains back to their home place. Now, what we are understanding from the government is that certain ministers have been given the responsibility of making sure that up until the last rites are performed, they will be with the family, trying to provide all the necessary support. When you talk about the ministers present here, we've had Ashish Shelar and Ravindra Chavan from the Bharatiya Janata Party. We've had ministers like Dada Bhuse and MP Shrikant Shinde also present here alongside Yogesh Kalam. As of now, only 1 mortal remain has left the airport, whereas the one which is already there inside will be taken out once the second flight, which took off from 1:15, lands here. We're understanding that it's still going to take 40 more minutes at least for the second flight to come in, which means that the 3 mortal remains to Dombivli will be taken together. While this is happening on one hand, we've also seen that politics has started to play its part as far as Maharashtra is concerned. The opposition, especially in Sanjay Raut, took a press conference and blamed the Home Minister for this entire incident, whereas Supriya Sule from NCP Sharad Pawar faction has made a very clear appeal to everyone to unite in this need of hour and in this need of pain. But as of now, what we are seeing is that certain ministers are present here. A few ministers and a few senior leaders have been sent as the representatives of the Maharashtra government and of the Maharashtra state to Kashmir to make sure that the rest of the tourists who are a part of, the Maharashtrians who are part of this entire delegation that went there, they are also brought back safely. What we are also learning is that there is a possibility of Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde of travelling to Srinagar later tonight, but that hasn't been officially stamped yet. Back to
So it's definitely, it's the time to stand united and rise above politics, of course, and that is what is the message is being sent out from the government and the opposition here. My colleague Aishwarya also with us. We also have Nazir, my colleague, joining us from Kashmir. He is getting us more details from the ground there as well. Gurpreet also from Karnal, the village where Lieutenant Nair's family also stays. He's the victim, one of the victims of the Pahalgam attack, and these visuals also came in of his wife crying inconsolably just a while back as she paid her tributes. They're all right. Nazir, my colleague, with us on the broadcast. And Nazir, what's happening on the ground there? We understand a massive search has been launched in order to hunt down the terrorists. The sketches were released by the agencies earlier.
Well, there's massive search and cordon operation to track down the terrorists, but there's massive outpouring of anger and protests by the people of Kashmir to eliminate terrorism. So security forces may be trying to track down terrorists, but locals say this should end, terrorism should end, because killing just a terrorist doesn't end terrorism or militancy. And people were out on the roads today protesting, even saying they are ready, willing to those who know that area to help security force to track down the attackers, because this is the most horrific incident. And one of the person who was killed among 26 is a local Sayyid Adil. He's the hero, brave heart of Pahalgam, and who gave his life while trying to protect the tourists. In fact, Chief Minister Omar Abdullah also attended his last rites and he paid homage to him, saying this is the brave heart. And in fact, there's also some heartening stories. These are tourists from Maharashtra, where 6 tourists from Maharashtra have been killed in this horrific attack, but they are not going back with the bitter memories. Tell me, you are going back, leaving Pahalgam now?
Yeah, just Pahalgam, not Kashmir at
Okay.
all. Because many people forced us that please try to book your flights and come back again. It's very terrifying, but we are not at all scared. We are ready to visit.
Trust local
You come this side.
Kashmiris.
Okay, okay.
Because we trust local Kashmiris. The way they have treated us till now, they have got our trust from our bottom of our heart. They helped us in every context. The driver uncle whom with we are traveling, he did not ask our religion before leaving us to our hotel. He did not ask seek for his own safety, but he was working for our own safety, our safety.
Right.
He means made us reach our hotel as before as we.
So, because yesterday you were in Pahalgam, there was a terrific, horrible attack, and people from Maharashtra, they were also killed.
Yes.
Aren't you scared?
We were scared because the people on social media are just showing that. They're not showing that how can we control it. They're just showing that this are kid, that are kid. But what I want is everybody should stop it now.
And you are saying you are not leaving Kashmir, you would be going to other places.
Yes, we will travel
Sure.
because this place is so beautiful, a beautiful example of sustainable development. It is totally developed as well as blessed with nature, and very few places we will found blessed with nature as well as development.
Okay. So that is the 2 young girls from Maharashtra, from Mumbai, who have come here. They just reached Pahalgam yesterday, but there was a horrible attack. And they had to leave Pahalgam, but they are saying they are not leaving Kashmir because the experience they have with the locals, they are saying it is something. One of the young girls was telling me she lost her bag and someone came from 15 kilometers and returned the bag. And so she has they have a lot of gratitude for the locals, and locals are actually displaying that when they come out and shouting slogans against terrorists, and it is for the first time we see a complete shutdown across Kashmir. You cannot find a single shop open today. It's in protest against this terror attack. While innocent people have been killed, real attack is on Kashmir, Kashmiriyat, and its image, peace, and development of this place, and many people had to leave. There's horrific and killing.
Yes. And Syed Adil Hussain Shah, who you were mentioning about just a while back, he was a local, he was a Kashmiri local. He came forward, he tried to save the woman when this attack, save one of the women there who were present when this attack took place in Pahalgam, but he was shot dead by the terrorist in cold blood. He was his family's sole breadwinner, Nazir. And this is what happened as he tried to fight off the terrorists there. He was killed as he tried to snatch the terrorist rifle. This is what information has come in. And, this is the spirit of the people there. And even tourists who've come here to Kashmir, to visit Kashmir, they want to stay back. Many of them, as you've been speaking about, speaking to them, also protests have been taking place. But yes, I'll just come back to you. Nazir, let me go across to my colleague Ishwarya also. Ishwarya, the CCS meeting is going to take place in just an hour from now. Not much time is left, we understand. Is the Home Minister back as well?
That's right. An all-important CCS meeting that will be chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi will take place at 7 Lok Kalyan Mark at the Prime Minister's residence, where we are reporting from, and all the top Raisena ministers, excluding Finance Minister, who is on her way back from the United States. She would be here at 11:30, so she would not be taking part. But apart from it, of course, all 3 service staff chiefs and also the CDS will be joining. The nature of this meeting is very important. It is not a review meeting. Several rounds of briefings had already been given to the Prime Minister about the latest updates, what has been happening as far as the search operations there in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, but how to look forward, what's the way forward from here, how India is going to take tough decisions on eliminating terrorism from Jammu and Kashmir is something that will be discussed and decisions will be taken over here. In an hour or so, we have been told that the top Rai Sena ministers will be reaching over here. Of course, Home Minister Amit Shah, we've been told, has already left from Jammu and Kashmir, and he would be reaching here shortly. So the first information that Home Minister Amit Shah in Jammu and Kashmir has got, as he had spoken to the family members, the survivors over there, to the security personnel, rounds of high-level security meetings had taken place there under the chairmanship of Home Minister. Several of the decisions and directions had been given by the Ministry of Home Affairs to the Lieutenant Governor over there, and all of that will be briefed first by Home Minister Amit Shah, and NSA Ajit Doval will play a very crucial role. So all eyes would be on that particular meeting. Government of India is taking every possible action to provide assistance as far as the tourist over there is concerned. And when I spoke to Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Tourism Minister of our country, he said that all the platforms had been given an advisory that they will not charge for any sort of cancellation if any tourists want to do so. So that's one side of the story, but on the other, the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister has also been directed that there should be a safe passage for roads for tourists to travel from one place to another in Jammu and Kashmir. Extra flights should be deployed. Special trains are being run from Srinagar to different parts of the country as well. So every effort is being made, but all eyes would be at the CCS as important decisions will be taken in this particular
Absolutely.
meeting.
The next course of action will be decided, we understand, as the Defence Minister has, of course, made it very loud and clear that a befitting response will be given, and a response will be given very soon to those who are behind the attack, not just who've carried out the attack, but also those who are the masterminds of this attack, and in direct reference to Pakistan, the deep state Pakistan that has been involved in this sinister plan, of course. We've been speaking to a lot of people here, a lot of reactions also coming in. We understand the crucial CCS meeting is going to take place in a bit from now. We also have my colleague Gurpreet, who's spoken to Indian Navy officer Vinay Narwal's family in Karnal. Listen into what they have to say.
Well, first of all, I request my camera person to show all these visuals. Since morning, we have seen a lot of our family members as well as the friends. They had come to just share their grief. We have seen even Haryana speaker, he has also come, and he had also made the Chief Minister of Haryana to talk to the family members, especially grandfather of this lieutenant who has lost his life in this terror attack. Some of the family members, they are with us, we will talk to them. So we have seen this the huge loss to the family. ये बहुत बड़ा loss है family को जो पूरा नहीं हो सकता. लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं अभी भी उनके दादाजी से भी बात हो रही थी. वो कह रहे थे कि अब समय आ गया है कि जवाब देना चाहिए, लेसन देना चाहिए.
नहीं, ये तो अब तो देखो टाइम आ चुका है, बहुत हो गया. आप देखो ना, वर्ल्ड के अंदर भी कोई कहीं भी किसी भी देश पे थोड़ा, आप इजराइल का लो उदाहरण. इजराइल में तो भी उनके आदमी इतने मारे तो उन्होंने आप देश ही ख़त्म कर दिया एक. अब मतलब हम तो ये नहीं चाहते भाई पूरा उनका देश पाकिस्तान कर दें. पीओके ले ले अपना, पीओके अब ले जाओगे तो एक वर्ल्ड लेवल का इंडियन बहुत प्रभाव पड़ेगा. जैसे बांग्लादेश अलग बना था तो एक अटैक और उन पे हो जाए तो बहुत ज़बरदस्त पीओके लेके एक बफर स्टॉक बन जाए. इधर किसी के आने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं है. जो बीच में इतना बड़ा एरिया होगा वहीं पे टेररिस्ट ख़त्म हो जाएंगे. और ये अब प्रेशर है देश की जनता का भाई. कश्मीर में जब भी कोई भी डेवलपमेंट होती है, अब पीक पे था सीजन, तकरीबन टूरिस्ट ऑल इंडिया वर्ल्ड से जाते हैं क्योंकि अच्छा प्लेस है, मिनी स्विट्जरलैंड है, तो सभी होते हैं क्योंकि अच्छा माहौल भी है. घाटी है एक किस्म से, वो पहाड़ पे उत्तराखंड जाओ, वो जाओ, ऐसी प्लेन घाटी नहीं मिलती जो कश्मीर में है.
तो इस बार जो टूरिस्ट प्लेस पे हुआ है यहाँ पे पहलगाम में, कह रहे हैं कि पहले ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं हुआ, लेकिन टूरिस्ट प्लेस को टारगेट किया गया. और विनय वहाँ पे हनीमून पे गया था कुछ समय पहले. शादी हुई, 16 को शादी हुई, उसके बाद रिसेप्शन पार्टी हुई 19 को, उसके बाद वहाँ पे गया. तो क्या लगता है कि कोई ऐसा एक्शन लेना चाहिए सरकार को ताकि पूरा इसमें लोगों को पता चले कि एक्शन हुआ?
बिल्कुल जी, सरकार को तुरंत ये एक्शन लेना चाहिए और ये आगे से ये आतंकवाद का जो हिस्ट्री में ख़त्म होना चाहिए। जो पीओके में जो ये आतंकवादी जो संगठन बैठे हुए हैं, तो वहाँ पे इनको जाके सरकार को, मैं प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ कि जो वहाँ पे संगठन बैठे हैं तो उनको अटैक करके, और ये पीओके है ये इंडिया के अंदर ही आना चाहिए, जिससे कि आतंकवाद ख़त्म होगा। आज जो ये काम हुआ है बहुत दर्दनाक हुआ है काम है, ये आतंकवाद जो हुआ है बहुत ही दर्दनाक हुआ है, इसके हमें कहते हैं ख़त्म होना चाहिए आतंकवाद।
So, these are the sentiments of the family members, and emotions are very high at this point of time. They say this is the time to teach them a lesson, and the way this terrorist attack had been carried out by these terrorists, it is highly condemnable. I'll request my Vijay to show all these visuals. We have seen Navy officer, they have also starting coming to the place of Vinay Narwal. We have seen some of the officers, they had already reached here, and they are explaining to the family how they are going to follow the protocols of specifically the Navy unit. So as of now, what we have seen, they want that there is a high time the lesson should be given to those who had carried out attack in Pahalgam.
All right, we've also spoken to the family and friends of Bharat Bhushan, a techie from Bengaluru who was killed in this dastardly attack in Pahalgam. Listen in.
Well, the families are absolutely distraught, to say the least, because this has come as an absolute shocker. They didn't expect, because videos of celebration, of family spending some time together, photographs, these were being circulated on social media, and all of a sudden a call comes in where they've said that this tragedy has occurred. People have lost their lives. From Shimoga, 47-year-old realtor Manjunath loses his life. He had gone there to celebrate with his son and his wife, because he had done particularly well in his PUC exams that just gotten over. Here in Bengaluru, Bharat Bhushan, along with his wife and kid, had gone to enjoy themselves, spend time as a family. But here tragedy struck once again. I'm with Prem, Prithvi and a few other friends, very close friends. They've spent almost all their life with Bharat. They recall him very fondly, and more importantly, this has come as an absolute shocker to them and the entire family. So if you tell us right now, when did you get to know of this news? How was it communicated? And more importantly, right now, how is the wife doing and how is the child doing?
See, we came to know at around 4:30, 4:45 yesterday in the afternoon. Preetham is actually a very good friend. Again, Preetham is the elder brother of Bhushan. So Preetham was the first who got the information, and then he went really ballistic. He didn't know how to manage this bit of information, quite obviously, because it is his brother who's lost the life. So then he immediately called us, because we are all the support system for each other in our neighborhood. So, and then we all gathered here. With regards to the wife and the child, they are safe. Can't say that they are okay, obviously, but they are safe. And yesterday evening itself, I think Preetham's family had that is Bhushan's family had a good connect with some of the defense personnel. So they both were moved to one of the defense personnel's house for safety reasons. So that's what we can say.
It's come as a shocker, isn't it, for everybody? But right now, in the country, families like yourselves are hoping that such an incident does not occur. In life, you were just saying earlier that life has been lost and that doesn't come back. Now, what is that message that you want to send out to the government? What are you hoping from them?
Let's end this. A lot of innocent lives are being going. I'm not saying it's civilians, even our Jawans. Like, they don't deserve those deaths. They have hopes to come back, have celebrations with their families, and they blast a bus or they get into a camp and fire them. I mean, we should put an end to this. I think India has seen a lot of this. It's high time we pull our socks up and put an end to this. I think terrorism is definitely not an easy thing which can stop in a day or two, but we should end. Because I don't get back Bhushan for sure, nor any of the others who have lost their lives, nor the Jawans who have lost their lives. They don't come back. We should put an end to this.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola
India's leading AI smartphone brand.
In the last 1 month, if you see, the share prices of Denzol Engineering has fallen more than 58%.
Why are the rating firms calling the debt payments as default?
We have two credible credit rating agencies on March 4th coming and downgrading the stock to D.
Statements are consistently being proven wrong, and transactions are being taken place which are different from what they were originally pictured to be.
The company claimed it would roll out 6,400 electric vehicles. But what it has rolled out is a shocking scam. Funds meant for the project were funneled allegedly back to the promoters, the Junkie brothers. What did the money buy? Not EVs, of course, but a lavish flat in Gurgaon's luxurious DLF Carmelias.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What is the real picture behind presentations and claims?
Welcome back. Breaking news coming in. The Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir, Manoj Sinha, is going to be chairing a high-level security meet in Srinagar. I'm joined now by my colleague Maria Shakil, who's been tracking these developments now. Maria, go ahead. What details do we have? Who's going to be in this meeting?
So what we are being told now is that the DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, the Chief Secretary, all the SSPs are likely to attend this meeting, which has begun now at the Raj Bhavan in Srinagar. This is important because, you know, this is happening just half an hour before that crucial meeting, which will be chaired by the Prime Minister at 7 LKM, which is the Cabinet Committee on Security. The Lieutenant Governor trying to ensure that as far as the tourists on the ground are concerned, that confidence building measure, which is very much needed at this hour, given how the tourists are, cancelling those who are present, trying to leave Srinagar. So that effort has to be made by those who are there on ground, and it has to come from the administration. I think that is the kind of messaging that is coming in from the Raj Bhavan in Srinagar right now, with Manoj Sinha now chairing that crucial meeting.
All right, Maria, thanks very much for joining us. As Maria mentioned over there, in less than half an hour from now, we expect the commencement of a meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security. This is India's nodal government entity looking at all security issues. That meeting comes just a couple of hours after the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh made the most direct remarks by any Indian leader after the Pahalgam terror attack, in which 26 civilians have been killed. India, through Rajnath Singh, has threatened direct retaliation. He said that the attackers in Pahalgam and their masters who hide behind curtains will be hunted down. India is united in the face of terror. India has a zero-tolerance policy, and perhaps most significantly, India will respond shortly. In other words, there will be a response within a finite period of time. I would suggest, with those very strong remarks of Rajnath Singh, which you're just about to hear, it appears that the military option is certainly one that India may be veering towards.
आतंकवादियों द्वारा किए गए कायरतापूर्ण हमले में हमारे देश ने अनेक निर्दोष नागरिकों को खोया है। इस घोर अमानवीय कृत्य से हम सभी गहरे शोक और दर्द में हैं। सबसे पहले मैं उन सभी परिवारों के प्रति अपनी गहरी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने अपने प्रियजनों को खोया है। टेररिज्म के खिलाफ हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी है। भारत का एक एक नागरिक इस कायरतापूर्ण हरकत के खिलाफ एकजुट है। मैं इस मंच से देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करता हूं, घटना के मद्देनजर भारत सरकार वो हर कदम उठाएगी जो जरूरी और उपयुक्त होगा। और हम सिर्फ उन लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है, हम उन तक भी पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने पर्दे के पीछे बैठकर हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ऐसी नापाक हरकतों की साजिशें रची हैं। ऐसी हरकतों का जिम्मेदार और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा। मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं।
All right, the Prime Minister will be holding a meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security in less than half an hour from now. My colleague Aishwarya Jain joins us for more on this. Aishwarya, the Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, has been away, so she, I suggest, would not be there on time, but they're going ahead with the CCS nonetheless, quite clearly an indicator of the urgency of the situation.
Well, certainly, apart from the finance minister, all the Raisina ministers would be attending this meeting, which will be chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Home Minister Amit Shah has just landed back in the national capital and will directly heading towards the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is Prime Minister's residence, and the meeting will start at around 6 p.m. All the three service staffs and the CDS along with National Security Advisor will also be the part of this meeting. The very important aspect of it is the nature of this meeting. Of course, we've been told that this is not a review sort of meeting. Several briefings had already been given to the Prime Minister since morning. Home Minister Amit Shah is coming back to the national capital with first-hand information in his hands. He has spoken to several of the survivors, the family members who had seen and were the eyewitnesses of the entire incident. He had given several directions to the security officials over there, holded several rounds of meetings and given directions, and therefore the reason perhaps Home Minister's presence is very important in this particular meeting that will start at 6 p.m. And it is, of course, the government of India who wanted to now look forward, and that's where this meetings come into place. Quick decisions would be taken certainly as to what action India will take in the next few days or perhaps weeks from here, because it has been echoed just not by the Defence Minister to the Home Minister and several others in the government that what Prime Minister has stated, that India will not bend to terrorism, and certainly India will give a befitting reply to whosoever are the perpetrators sitting across the border of the country. So all important meeting at 6 p.m. is what we've been told at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where we are reporting from.
All right, thanks Aishwarya very much for being with us. Just a quick reminder, the Prime Minister has already been holding several key meetings. Earlier today, he's met the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, the External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. He was on his way back from Saudi Arabia, from Jeddah, where he held a bilateral meeting. He cut short that visit after the terror attack, flew back to India, avoiding Pakistani airspace as he made his way back. By now, the government would have gained a lot more information. There are already details such as sketches of the terrorists which are involved. A very strident remark by the Defence Minister Rajnath Singh saying that India is going to respond in a finite period of time. His remarks stating that not only will India hunt down the attackers in Pahalgam, India will also hunt down their masters who are hiding behind curtains. So the military option certainly on the table. It does appear at one level that India may be veering towards this. That being said, what the government chooses to do from here onwards will always involve an element of surprise. That is something we will have to keep in mind. Would India choose to remain at the diplomatic level in terms of its options? Will India move to a military sort of option right away? It will always be both. If there is a military option, it would be preceded by diplomatic steps. But how far will India push a military option, if at all? Would this mean, for example, opening up along the line of control using artillery cannons, guns, or would it mean something larger such as airstrikes? We have precedent for a couple of these occasions. There have been the surgical strikes which have been carried out. There have been the, after Pulwama, the terror attack over there, there was the Balakot attack which took place when India launched airstrikes. So a precedent has been set, but Pakistan would clearly know that, that India would respond after its terror attack. So it's a game of cat and mouse at one level. It involves a deep understanding of the intelligence scenario, not just in the valley, but also across the border. India would be looking very closely at all of these inputs. Militarily also, the forces would be looking very closely at what the situation is along the line of control, the international border, in the Pakistani side as well. Remember, there is 24-hour surveillance of their major air bases. The movement of their aircraft would always be monitored. Whether there is a movement of other military assets is something that needs to be looked at as well. So once there is a decision which is taken at a time and place of our choosing, India will respond if, and I repeat this, there is a military response. But at this juncture, there is intense provocation which has taken place. And frankly, the death of 26 civilians in Pahalgam in Kashmir, tourists who had nothing to do with any form of hostility to anybody, it's just something that is entirely unacceptable. India has also received a lot of support from countries around the world. At least 15 heads of state have responded and offered their condolences for what has taken place. J.D. Vance, the U.S. Vice President, who happens to be in India at this stage on a visit with his family, has also offered his condolences. He's made a couple of remarks, one on Twitter and one in terms of a soundbite. This is Amit Shah earlier at a hospital. I'm not sure if this is the Pahalgam hospital or this is the Srinagar hospital where they are looking after one of those who's been injured in the attacks which took place. The Home Minister is now back in Delhi, or he should be shortly in Delhi within a few minutes, 15 minutes or so, 17 minutes or 18 minutes. We expect that Cabinet Committee on Security meet to take place. Now, in all of this, there are a large number of people who've decided to leave Jammu and Kashmir. It's very unfortunate because this was a year in which tourism was really prospering in the state. But the airlines have been told by the Civil Aviation Minister that air transport needs to continue. And that passengers need to be, or potential passengers, people wanting to get out of Srinagar need to be given the option to do that. Surge pricing of tickets will not be allowed. They need to remain moderate. Whether that's taking place or not is another story. But there are several flights which have been deployed. More than 3,300 passengers have left Srinagar from 6 a.m. this morning to 12 p.m. this afternoon. We spoke to the Tourism Minister as well earlier today. Here's what he said.
Union Minister for Culture and Tourism, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, is with me. So thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. It's a sad day for the country. It's India is mourning. What sort of guidelines had been issued for the tourists who had been stranded there in Jammu and Kashmir after Pahalgam terror attacks?
Thousands of tourists, which they were there in Jammu and Kashmir yesterday, and after the tragic incidents of the yesterday, where many people have lost their lives. Because of the fear, suspect, many of the people wish to come back and return by cancelling their trips and tours. To ensure the safe travels and to ensure the convenience in the to the return travelers, the Civil Aviation Ministry have also taken this task. They have instructed, they are in touch with the airline operators to ensure that a sufficient number of air tickets and aircrafts are being made available. And simultaneously, we have also requested the OTT platforms and the platform handlers to ensure that the unnecessary cost should not be imposed upon the tourists who are cancelling their trips and their bookings, to ensure the minimum cancellation charges or waiving of the cancellation charges is to be taken care of.
So lastly, your message to the tourists over there in Jammu and Kashmir is tended because tourism remains the sector which helped Jammu and Kashmir economy to grow.
So it is really a very critical for the state of Jammu Kashmir, because that is the largest contributor of economy of state of Jammu and Kashmir. I would request, though it's a tragic incident, though it's a scary incident, but still, this is a standalone incident. Please don't make any panic. And be assured that the entire government under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi ji is standing behind them. They are safe, they will be safe, they will be taken, their safety will be taken care with the utmost priority. So don't make any panic. All possible arrangements are being made and government is working toward.
All right, my colleagues Aishwarya Jain and Anuj join us at this stage. Anuj, let me go across to you. There are the mortal remains of people killed in the terrible attack in Pahalgam being brought back to Mumbai, where you are. Can you tell us what you're seeing? Have you spoken to anybody among family?
Well, there are 6 Maharashtrians whose mortal remains are being brought back here, and out of that, the first flight started in the noon, and which carried the mortal remains of 2 people, one a resident of Panvel and the other a resident of Dombivli. The resident of Panvel, Mr. Dilip Desle, his mortal remains to Panvel, whereas there is another flight which is due in the next 15 to 20 minutes. Even that carries the mortal remains of the other 2 people who are from Dombivli. So they'll be taking the mortal remains of all the 3 Dombivilikers together. Besides that, we've noted that there is a very thick security presence here. They've restricted this space to media, ample space to move, considering that the family members are also present here. And besides that, representatives from the government have also been sent here by the Chief Minister and by the Deputy Chief Minister to make sure that the last rites and all the procedures and formalities are taken care till the very last detail. We saw that when the first mortal remain was sent from the airport to Panvel, Maharashtra Education Minister Dada Bhuse accompanied that car. And secondly, we are also been told that when the second mortal remain will be taken to Dombivli, MP Srikant Shinde, who is an MP from Kalyan and senior BJP leader, will also be travelling with to make sure that the family is provided as much support as possible till the very end. Right now, we're waiting for the second flight, which started at 1:15 to land here, which is due in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
All right, thanks very much. I'm joined now by Aishwarya Jain as well. Aishwarya, less than 20 minutes now for that Cabinet Committee on Security meeting. As we look forward to that meeting, I think, Aishwarya, it is important to tell our viewers that this is only one step before the government actually reaches any decision, and it's a process which has to happen. It does a CCS meeting doesn't, Aishwarya, necessarily mean that right after that there would be an announcement or something imperative may take place.
Certainly it's some decisions are taken for future as well, and that's how the government functions, and we have seen often that quick decisions and quick actions haven't been taken by Modi government in the past as well. But to update our viewers, Home Minister Amit Shah has arrived at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg after coming back from Srinagar. He is now at Prime Minister's residence. So CCS that will start shortly in 10 to 12 minutes from now. For that, now ministers have started arriving. The convoy is out here of Home Minister at the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. But as being mentioned, the nature of this meeting, of course, Home Minister Amit Shah is bringing along the first-hand information as he has visited the site over there at Pahalgam, and also met the survivors, the family members at the hospital. He had spoken to several of the officials, the army personnel, the paramilitary forces officials who have been deployed. LG and the Chief Minister was in direct touch since yesterday and had given several directions. So regarding that, of course, a briefing will be given by the Home Minister to the Prime Minister, who is chairing this meeting. And finally, there would be some important calls that will be taken. Tomorrow, there is Prime Minister's visit at Madhubani in Bihar, and that program hasn't been cancelled. In Kanpur, it has been cancelled. We have been getting information that there would be no ceremonial welcome for Prime Minister over there. There would be just a speech, and Prime Minister will be speaking at that particular program. Of course, that's the first statement that we will hear from Prime Minister tomorrow. But on the other side, of course, government is ensuring every measure to be taken as far as providing security to the tourists out there in Jammu and Kashmir. And therefore, when I spoke to Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, he clearly stated that the advisories has been given to all platforms, all the OTTs that there should be no cancellation fees or charges that should be applied on anyone who is trying to get refund or trying to come out. Safe passage should be there for the tourists from Srinagar to entire country. Special trains are being run. Special aircrafts are being run. Of course, you mentioned as Civil Aviation Minister had directed or given and request to the airlines that there should be no cancellation charges that should be put on to the tourist over there. So many airlines are on board as well. So these are several advisories that the government is working forward. And the most important part, of course, to bring back the confidence amongst the tourists in Jammu and Kashmir, as Mr. Shekhawat mentioned, that their appeal for the tourists is that the government is standing by them and every possible measure is being done. Of course, the answers would be given to the perpetrators who are sitting beyond the borders, but that will happen at an actual time and place whenever the government will decide. Not an immediate action is something that Modi's government had, there in
all right, Aishwarya, we'll leave it over there, come back to you in a little while from now. But I think one of the other concerns which are taking place now is the impact on tourism in Jammu and Kashmir. There have been more than 3,300 civilians who've flown out of Jammu and Kashmir from 6 a.m. this morning till 12 p.m. There's been large-scale travel booking cancellations. We are also heard this is a matter of huge concern, no doubt, for the state government, which depends very, very heavily for tourism on the ground. It was a fantastic year last year for tourism in Jammu and Kashmir. There were a significant number of people also who participated in the Amarnath Yatra. That is in the month of June when that does take place. However, at this stage, with so many people leaving, a real exodus, more flights being put in, bus services between Srinagar and Jammu to take tourists back, that is also taking place. There is a real worry that this exodus might trigger something larger. In the past, at the height of militancy, we've seen tourism really dry up, evaporate. There was a great sense of hope that it was coming back, to levels which we'd seen in the past. But I think this Pahalgam attack has really set things back. But I think there's also important to recall and remember as we go into that Cabinet Committee on Security meeting that 24 hours, more than 24 hours after the Pahalgam attack, there has been no encounter. There has been no circling of the terrorists who were responsible for this. We do know that 4 terrorists were involved. Some of them may have been carrying body cameras. These are images or sketches made of 3 of the terrorists who were involved. And it is a real worry that they may have slipped into the forests or they managed to escape somewhere. But at the end of the day, 26 people, 26 lives is what they have taken, and India will pay back. That's absolutely clear. India is going to react very, very strongly indeed for this, with the Defence Minister Rajnath saying that India's response will be coming in a finite period of time. It will be strong, not just on the attackers, but also on their masters who are hiding behind curtains elsewhere. So my colleague Deepak also sent in this reaction from friends of one of those killed in that terror attack. Let's take a look.
Absolutely distraught, to say the least, because this has come as an absolute shocker. They didn't expect, because videos of celebration, of family spending some time together, photographs, these were being circulated on social media, and all of a sudden a call comes in where they've said that this tragedy has occurred. People have lost their lives. From Shimoga, a 47-year-old realtor, Manjunath, loses his life. He had gone there to celebrate with his son and his wife because he had done particularly well in his PUC exams that just gotten over. Here in Bengaluru, Bharat Bhushan, along with his wife and kid, had gone to enjoy themselves, spend time as a family. But here, tragedy struck once again. I'm with Prem, Prithvi and a few other friends, very close friends. They've spent almost all their life with Bharat. They recall him very fondly, and more importantly, this has come as an absolute shocker to them and the entire family. So if you tell us right now, when did you get to know of this news? How was it communicated? And more importantly, right now, how is the wife doing and how is the child doing?
See, we came to know at around 4:30, 4:45 yesterday in the afternoon. Preetham is actually a very good friend. Again, Preetham is the elder brother of Bhushan. So Preetham was the first who got the information, and then he went really ballistic. He didn't know how to manage this bit of information, quite obviously because it is his brother who's lost the life. So then he immediately called us, because we are all the support system for each other in our neighborhood. So, and then we all gathered here. With regards to the wife and the child, they are safe. Can't say that they are okay, obviously, but they are safe. And yesterday evening itself, I think Preetham's family had that is Bhushan's family had a good connect with some of the defense personnel. So they both were moved to one of the defense personnel's house for safety reasons.
All right, let's go back to Aishwarya Jain. We've got a cabinet committee on security meeting about to start. Aishwarya, have several of the leaders started coming in?
Well, Home Minister Amit Shah and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has arrived at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is Prime Minister's residence. And in a short while from now, the CCS will start under the chairmanship of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and it would be Home Minister Amit Shah who would be giving briefing to what he had got as far as personal information from Pahalgam and the meetings that he had taken under his chairmanship with different security officials over there. Of course, the 3 service chief staffs will also be in this particular meeting. Apart from it, CDS would be also taking part. So the convoys are right here of Defence Minister and Home Minister is what I can see as of now. And 6 p.m. is the time. So very shortly the meeting will start, and what would be the outcome? It would be very interesting to see, of course. Several
also
decisions
another point,
are
Aishwarya, is that we've also got
sensitive,
information which is coming in that at approximately 7 p.m. there's going to be a press conference which is addressed by a senior official in the External Affairs Ministry as well. So would there be diplomatic steps announced against Pakistan? That's something that we're going to have to look out for. But do continue with the point that you were mentioning. Go ahead.
Well, this is a very sensitive matter for the country, and it is the convention that we have seen as far as Modi government working style is. They do not take certain decisions, and they do not take actions as of very quickly, and at an appropriate time, the actions will be taken. Of course, this particular meeting would not be a review sort. It would be an action-oriented, a look forward to what and how India can corner Pakistan, both diplomatically and whether there could be a military action. That's something that would be decided, but very, very sensitive, as I mentioned. Some decisions would be very secret at the top level of this government. How they will be taking action is something that would be decided in this particular meeting, because Government of India, the top ministers have echoed what Prime Minister has been saying.
All right, Aishwarya,
since
I'm interrupting because we need to take a short break right now. We're going to come back to you in just a moment from now. But the big story we continue to track, that Cabinet Committee on Security meeting taking place right now. It's going to start within any time in a couple of minutes. And at 7 o'clock, an important press conference being addressed by a senior official in the External Affairs Ministry. Will there be diplomatic steps against Pakistan announced there? All that and a lot more coming up. Do stay tuned.
More news that matters.
Big exclusive. Tulsi Gabbard.
All the parties should accept their verdict with all humility.
Why the opposition to it? Why taking big steps?
More debates that shake the system. More exclusives you won't find anywhere else. Not just another prime time.
Hello and welcome to The Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav.
This is the news break and I'm Vasudha Venugopal.
This is The Last Word and I'm Maria Shakil.
Left, right and centre, and good evening and welcome.
It's a prime time that's unmissable.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you. It matters to India. It matters to India. It matters to India. And it matters to me. And it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaroop, only on NDTV 24/7.
News is not just headlines, it is what impacts you. And news should never be mistaken for noise. What matters is the reality. Accurate, in-depth, and with the right perspective. For over 20 years, I have been a journalist, and never has clarity mattered more than now. At Newsnight, we go beyond the surface. We dissect the details, challenge the narratives, and bring you the unparalleled clarity you deserve in a world clouded.
24 hours after the dastardly act of terror that killed 26 people in Pahalgam, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will chair the crucial Cabinet Committee on Security meeting. That meeting will happen at 7 LKM, that is the Prime Minister's residence. That meeting will begin any moment now. Leaders, in fact, the Cabinet Ministers have all started arriving. Remember, Prime Minister Modi himself had cut short his state visit to Saudi Arabia and returned to Delhi this morning. He has condemned the attack and has vowed to bring the guilty to book. That is out of focus at 6 p.m. I'm Maria Shakil, the headlines. Prime Minister Modi to chair crucial cabinet meet on security at 6 p.m. India's response to Pakistan's evil attack to be planned. Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has thundered out a warning to the terrorists and their handlers behind the Pahalgam attack, vowing direct retaliation that declaring that India will identify and bring to justice all who conspired against it.
ऐसी हरकतों का जिम्मेदार और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा। मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं।
They came from 14 states, from Maharashtra to Bengal to Telangana to Karnataka. The list of those tourists killed in the terror attack is long. India is mourning. Mortal remains of those killed in the terror attack are brought back to their respective states. Navy officer Vinay Narwal's wife says her final goodbye to her husband. Indian agencies released sketches of terrorists who mercilessly killed 26 people in Kashmir's Pahalgam. Hunt is on for the terrorists. Home Minister Amit Shah visits the site of terror, meets the mourning family. Members of those killed in the attack, sends an unequivocal message that culprits will not be spared. Bharat will not bend to terror. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will hold a meeting of the Cabinet Committee on Security to formulate India's response to the terrorist attack in Pahalgam in Anantnag district. The Resistance Front, that is the TRF, which is an offshoot of Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist group, co-founded by Hafiz Saeed, has claimed responsibility of the Tuesday tragedy. Prime Minister Modi held a meeting with the National Security Advisor Ajit Doval and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Foreign Secretary at the airport. As soon as he landed, he took stock of the situation. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who's part of the CCS besides Prime Minister Modi, Dr. S. Jaishankar, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, Home Minister Amit Shah, has also cut short her official visit to the US and Peru. What makes CCS meet so crucial? Remember, this is the crucial decision-making body in terms of formulating and coordinating policies concerning national security and defense. This includes both internal and external security affairs. The National Security Advisor, Cabinet Secretary, Defense Secretary will all be in attendance as the response of the Government of India will be decided. Defense Minister earlier had chaired a meeting with NSA Doval, Air Force Air Chief Marshal AP Singh and other officials. Let me go straight to Aishwarya Jain, who joins us live from outside 7 LKM. That's where the meeting has begun now. It's 6:05. Home Minister Amit Shah arrived in Delhi a few minutes ago, Aishwarya. The challenges are multi-layered, and hence the response is also likely to be multi-layered. But, you know, as it has been the case in the past, it's unlikely that we'll know about it immediately, but perhaps some indication is likely to come post this crucial meeting.
Well, that's the convention as far as Modi government working style is concerned. Immediately, the actions aren't being taken, and it depends on the time and the suitable day when this action will, because it is the Home Minister, it is the Defense Minister who echoed what Prime Minister had stated, that the perpetrators will not be left alone, and the justice will be delivered to those who have left left their loved ones. But the update from the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg over here at the Prime Minister's residence is that Home Minister Amit Shah, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, NSA Ajit Doval, all have arrived at the Prime Minister's residence, and in a very short while the CCS will begin. Of course, this is a body that will take decisions perhaps pertaining to the national security. It is Finance Minister who is coming back from the United States, and therefore she will not be taking part. But Home Minister Amit Shah, who was in Jammu and Kashmir, visited several spots of that terrorist site, as far as meeting the family members, taking the first-hand information from them, the eyewitnesses who had seen that deadly terror attack, and also the review meetings that he had taken, the security officials that spoke to him, and what information that he has gathered. He had come down to the national capital, and now he is at the 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Prime Minister was continuously monitoring the situation since the morning. Remember, at Palam Technical Air Base, when he cut short his visit to Saudi Arabia, it was a briefing that was given by the External Affairs Minister, Foreign Secretary, and NSA Ajit Doval there at the Palam Technical Air Base only, and then he came to the residence. Rajnath Singh had a separate meeting as a residence with all the 3 Army, Navy and Air Force staff chiefs, and perhaps that meeting had also figured that what action the defense can take, whether there will be a military action or whether there will be a diplomatic action against Pakistan, is something that government might have thought of. But immediately, as I mentioned, we will not get certain information because it's a very, very sensitive issue, a very, very emotional issue for the country. Every Indian is angry of what has happened in Jammu and Kashmir, and therefore the reason perhaps an all-important meeting after all the top Raja Sena ministers arriving back to Delhi and now meeting under the chairmanship of Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
I can see Sunil Prabhu joining us as well. We also have Vishnu Shom joining us from the newsroom. Sunil, coming to you, because you know the response is also about ensuring that those, because the attack is on the tourists. In the next few days, the number of tourists would go down, but perhaps not reduce drastically. The sense among the security agencies, and even as we speak, there is another meeting which is happening at the Raj Bhavan in Srinagar, which is about ensuring the safety and security of those who are there on the ground. Do you think that the first response of the government would also be about strengthening the counter-infiltration grid?
Well, I think it's going to be a multifold, response system. And I think those who have been privy to how the Cabinet Committee on Security works, they will, of course, the Home Minister who has just returned from the Srinagar Valley and, taken a first-hand account, met the Lieutenant Governor as well as the Chief Minister, other officials, been to the site, will give his assessment, what the investigation is going forward. The perpetrators of this ghastly and one of the worst attacks after 26/11, that is in 2008. So it's definitely something that, this is not any ordinary attack that has taken place in Pahalgam. What had happened was a very concerted attack on many former serving government officials. So this has been something that has been well planned and well orchestrated by our enemies from across the border. It's not been a simple exercise. So I think certain guidelines, as you point out very importantly, about tourism, how you take it forward to ensure that, you should not be identified. All those aspects will be looked at. Yes, the fear factor will be there. But more importantly, for those who have seen the CCS, they will have the preliminary meeting that the defense minister had, and we've got an inkling of what he had to say when he addressed, at that lecture, that those behind this conspiracy cannot get away. I think that's something that we've seen in India ever since the Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government, and earlier too, during the UPA government, we have seen surgical strikes. We have seen in the run-up to the 2019 election, the Balakot after Pulwama. What exactly happens? There's no elections immediately, but whatever has to be done well thoughtful and orchestrated to ensure that the perpetrators of this heinous crime, this dastardly attack, are brought to book, and a message is sent that India will not be found wanting for any action when it comes to securing its own interests.
Sunil, since you mentioned Balakot after Pulwama, that happened, of course, in the run to 2019 elections, the response again then wasn't really quick fire. There was, a well thought out response which came almost a week after what played out in Pulwama. Are you sensing that at the moment it will be about strengthening of the troops on the ground, that the number of booths which are there on the ground, particularly in terms of the paramilitary, that has to be strengthened to give that confidence for those who are there, people of Jammu and Kashmir?
Well, I think there are enough of troops. I don't think there have been, any, want of troops or armed forces or paramilitary forces in the, whole of Jammu and Kashmir. I think we have a huge presence. What has been done was the target that they identified was well thought of. The people that they identified in terms of this heinous killing that has taken place, most of them serving officials, or either from the armed forces, from the paramilitary forces, serving government officials. And it's in that backdrop that, there are certain soft targets. Pahalgam was one, because this is always a scenic place away from, nobody would have thought that this would be a place for a terror strike. So these are things where terrorists, try to strike with impunity. And it's in that backdrop, I think they will definitely try to ensure that those soft targets that are being selected by terrorists must be identified and strengthened in the Srinagar Valley. Of course, you will need to build up the confidence. We have seen a great amount of tourist arrivals last year in Srinagar. Will it be affected this time? The initial response from the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir has been that tourism is going to be affected to a great extent. Let's hope and pray that one of the answers to these terrorists is that tourism as well as activities in the Kashmir Valley do not fall prey to terrorist activities.
Yes, let me bring in Vishnu now. Vishnu, the question is, will there be a diplomatic offensive? Because at 7 p.m. is when we can expect a briefing which will happen at the Jawaharlal Nehru Bhavan. The response to Pakistan in particular becomes important given how the nation in general is so upset and angry given the nature of this cowardly attack.
I think let's just reflect what's happened in the last 24 hours since that terrorist attack, 26 people killed, is the following. We've got a Cabinet Committee on Security meeting taking place right now. That Cabinet Committee on Security meeting is quite directly linked with the attack which took place. You've had the Home Minister, Amit Shah, travel to Pahalgam and come back as well. The Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, who's been in the United States, is coming back as well. The Rajnath Singh, the Defense Minister, in his most direct remarks by any minister in this government, has said that India will respond. He His remarks seem to indicate that there will be a military option which India is looking at very closely. Most significantly, he said that India's response is going to come in a finite period of time. At 7 p.m. today, as you mentioned, there's going to be an important briefing by the External Affairs Ministry, a senior official over there. Perhaps we'll get an idea of the diplomatic steps that India is going to take. It's not just going to be diplomatic steps, I would suggest. Perhaps there would be something more. But in terms of what that more would be, is something that we need to look at very, very closely. India, if it does choose to reply militarily, will choose a time and place that works for our armed forces. This cannot be something that is done in haste. If there is a message that needs to be sent out, it has to be done effectively. And if Pakistan is to be attacked, then there is a certain message which needs to be sent out. This cannot just be for show, it has to be militarily effective as well. Again, we will get to that stage at a later stage. There is a build-up taking place. That Cabinet Committee on Security is just one meeting. There will be several other meetings before anything is done in terms of operationalizing our armed forces.
Yes, and the rerouting of the plane which happened when Prime Minister was returning from Jeddah was a clear sign as well, Aishwarya, that India's security agencies are very well aware of the threat that is emerging from Pakistan, and hence the safety of the Prime Minister was perhaps so crucial that it was only prudent to alter the flight path. Having said that, are we expecting some kind of briefing, Aishwarya? And as we say that the meeting has begun, this is almost something that we saw 5 years ago when we were covering that story from the ground at LKM, trying to get details of what can happen. What are the options that India has? What will be the nature of response? Military response, as Rajnath Singh is suggesting or indicating. What do you think will be the big takeaway of Rajnath's speech that he gave after that meeting with the heads of various forces?
Well, certainly, and it is, of course, the